I recognize this song as performed by Jefferson Airplane in a little documentary called Give Me Shelter about the Rolling Stones and their nightmare at Altamont. That night, the Oakland chapter of the Hells Angels had their way. Tonight, it's my turn. When the truth is found to be light, and all the joy within you died, don't you want somebody to love? Don't you need somebody to love? Wouldn't you love somebody to love? You better find somebody to love. And don't take no for an answer. When the garden flowers, they are dead, yes, and your mind is so full of dread. Yeah, don't you want somebody to love? Don't you need somebody to love? I would really like somebody to love, but it's hard to find somebody to love. Your eyes, I say, your eyes, they look like keys. Yeah, but in your head, baby, I'm afraid you don't know where it is. Don't you want somebody to love? Don't you need somebody to love? Wouldn't you love somebody to love? You better find somebody to Don't take the green acid. That's for the bass player.
Or chess.com.
Whichever. You can give both. They're
Okay.
different.
But when did you begin to play chess?
When I was 3. Yeah. You can feel free to. Yeah. Yeah. It's okay.
Okay, last question. Chess.
When I was 3. Yeah. You can feel free to. Yeah. Yeah. It's okay.
Okay, last question. Do you play on 3+2 or 5 or something else?
My best time control is 1 minute.
1 minute?
That's my best time control.
Okay.
by far.
I think it's around 2,000, maybe 50 or 60, something like that. No?
2,500 is like when I'm
No,
good.
no.
When I'm good.
500?
2,500 was when I'm good. I'm usually.
Okay, that's so
Thank you.
good. Okay.
Thank you. No, I'm usually.
Amazing. But,
It was amazing.
It's
okay.
What is your rating?
Do you want to guess?
Yes. Okay, wait.
Go for it.
On feed or chess.com?
Whichever. You can give both. They're
Okay.
different.
But when did you begin to play chess?
When I was 3. Yeah. You can feel free to. Yeah. Yeah. It's okay.
Okay, last question. Do you play on 3+2 or 5 or something else?
My best time control is 1 minute.
1 minute?
That's my best time control.
Okay.
by far.
I think it's around 2,000, maybe 50 or 60, something like that. No?
2,500 is like when I'm good.
No.
When I'm good.
500?
I challenged 3 of the world's very best chess players to a game of blindfolded chess during the EWC finals, and you won't believe how it went.
Wow. Oh wait, no, I have with a check.
This is mate.
Wait, what?
I hear that you're not pressing my quote.
Sorry.
Hey everyone, I'm joined here today with Fabiano Corona, number 3 in the world.
It's good to be here.
Bobby is sounding very confident. Let's see how confident he is once he is blindfolded.
much more viscous than water. Viscosity is a measure of a fluid's resistance to flow. It's basically the friction between molecules in a fluid. The higher the viscosity, the slower the flow. A Newtonian fluid obeys Newton's law of viscosity, which means its viscosity is constant. It doesn't change when a force is applied to it. Non-Newtonian fluids, on the other, less sticky hand, do change their viscosity, which can lead to some pretty zany shenanigans. There are different subcategories of non-Newtonian fluids depending on how their viscosity changes. There are dilatants, whose viscosity increases as force is applied.
How to fix Vanguard error van 57 and league-related processes. Once that's done, how to fix Vanguard error van 57 in League of Legends. How to fix Vanguard to Riot Client or League of Legends. If you find anything running, right-click on it and choose End Task. You want to fully close all Riot and League-related processes. Once that's done, open the Start menu and type in Services, then hit Enter. Now scroll down until you find a service called VGC. This is Vanguard's core service. Right-click on it and select Properties. Under Startup Type, make sure it's set to Automatic. Then click Start to manually start the service. Wait a few seconds. Hit Apply and then OK. You can also click the Restart option on the top left if it's already running. Now go ahead and launch League of Legends again. Your game should start without any errors now. If this helped you out, drop a like and subscribe for more fixes like this. Thanks for watching and see you in the next one.
Check emote request. Oh, have you sent in a new emojicon? I can't wait for the dog this is gonna be. Bro, what the f is that? What the f is that? Female man arranged. The Sandra. Come on, next. It's too easy. It's too easy. You brought the sun to a light fight. That was probably a good choice actually. Lux. She's adorable by the way. Cutest League of Legends champion. Is that Jax? It wouldn't be Lux again, would it? I don't know. Devastating charge. Hecarim? It's like impossible to tell. Hawk. Quinn. Chills. I have no idea about that one, I looked at chat. If I go San, I'll play versus Bruiser Diana, Bruiser Yone and Bruiser top. But I don't know what else to play. Maybe they'll pick like an easy champion top so I can go AD again. It's been a minute, chat. It's been a good minute. I think this is the first game against Gwen I've ever had. How long has it been, you guys think? It must have been at least 3 months. I think it's been 3 months since I played versus Gwen.
Force
I
is
stopped
applied,
banning
but
it.
the opposite can also be true. Ketchup is in a category of non-Newtonian fluids called pseudoplastics. When no force is applied, it just sits there, not doing anything. But when you give the back of a bottle a whack, the viscosity decreases and the ketchup comes out. Inside the sauce at a molecular level, what's happening is long chains of atoms called polymers get tangled together and they hold fast. But when they're smacked or shaken, they stretch out and align, allowing the gooey red paste to slide around, hopefully onto your French fries, but probably a little onto your pants too. Still, there are many more weird non-Newtonian behaviors scientists don't have answers for. They may have just solved one riddle that stood for over 50 years. The problem was first noticed in the 1960s when engineers were attempting to extract oil from the ground with fluids that contained long-chain polymers. Pumping these so-called pusher fluids into the ground below a certain rate worked fine, but pumping them faster would cause them to become much more viscous, like oobleck. The fluids would only behave this way when flowing through the microscopic spaces between soil. When not confined to the twisty, windy paths in a porous medium, the fluid's viscosity would actually drop as more force is applied, like ketchup. For a while, scientists thought that maybe the polymers were clogging up the pores in the soil, but that couldn't explain how the fluids flowed easily when the flow rate dropped again. It wasn't until a new study was published in late 2021 that scientists think they might have cracked it. Part of the problem they've had is soil and other porous media aren't see-through, so it's kind of hard to tell what's going on down there. To solve this, they created a custom medium out of glass beads, and they concocted a polymer solution with the same refractive index as the glass, meaning the liquid and solid would both bend light exactly the same way. To see the windy paths fluids would follow in the spaces between the beads, the researchers added a red dye to the solution that would give off a certain wavelength of light when hit with a laser. To visualize how the fluid was moving, they added tracer particles that would emit a different color when excited by another laser. With this extremely complicated setup in place, they observed the fluid flowing at different rates and found that the long polymers in it started tumbling around as the fluid moved faster. This movement pushed on other nearby molecules in the liquid and caused a phenomenon called elastic turbulence, creating eddies and slowing the whole fluid down. The researchers think this new understanding of why pusher fluids suddenly become so viscous could be useful for purifying groundwater. It may aid in the development of new polymer-containing solutions that can force water through rocks, trapping contaminants in the process. But there's more work to be done because elastic turbulence itself isn't fully understood. Maybe that'll be the next riddle solved. Or maybe first we'll finally get an answer for why people like ketchup on scrambled eggs. Granted, that has nothing to do with its non-Newtonian properties, but it's still something I just can't wrap my head around. Thanks so much for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you for the next Seeker.
Welcome back to part 2 of Super Bubbles. If you want to check out part 1, it's in the pinned comments below. Theo and their colleagues used polarized dust data from the Planck Space Telescope and Gaia mission to take 2D observations of the magnetic field and place them onto an existing 3D model. The researchers wanted to make it clear that this is sort of a first draft based on some assumptions about the nature of local bubbles, but it still could inform future research.
There's hopefully generalizations that can be drawn to how this might proceed in other more distant bubbles and in what the future of star formation in our own very local neighborhood might look like.
This project is part of a larger effort to map various aspects of the Milky Way, like other superbubbles.
The good news is that a lot of people are interested in this now, and we have a medium range goal to really try to find out where all these bubbles are.
Stay tuned for part 3 if you want to know what happens if we leave the superbubble. Welcome back to part 2 of Super Bubbles. If you want to check out part 1, it's in the pinned comments below. Theo and their colleagues used polarized dust data from the Planck Space Telescope and Gaia mission to take 2D observations of the magnetic field and place them onto an existing 3D model. The researchers wanted to make it clear that this is sort of a first draft based on some assumptions about the nature of local bubbles, but it still could inform future research.
Hello, I'm Josh Drive-Hayes. I think I've discovered both the exact reason and the exact date the low views on YouTube issue started, but I need your help to gather more data than I ever could. So I'm going to show you exactly how you can double check if you have a YouTube
Hold up. I gotta go back. No. Fuck, man. Fucking ulted into the wall. If 2 people have sex, it's called twosomes. If 3 people have sex, it's called threesomes. I know why they call bows handsome. Thank you. Oh, I get it actually. Okay. Wait, it took a while for me to get it.
Shut down.
Wars, you are so handsome.
I'm going. Nice. Ooh. TP top. As soon as you win a fight, scatter. Do not stay with any teammate. Scatter around the map to collect maximum amount of resources. If I stay bot lane, we're sharing tower gold, we're sharing minion gold. If I TP top, they get solo gold and solo top as well gold. Best thing you can do after a fight is TP on the other side of the map. Look at that. So much gold. I can ult him. A lot of damage on the Yone. Oh, fuck. Haha! It's worth it. 4 items at 22 minutes. Oh my god. Everyone told me you're the best player in the world. Is this true? Well, I'm not saying that I beat everybody, but everyone who's tried to beat me have failed. Hit him. Die. Secure the dragon. Diana here. Where you go, Diana? Gwen down here! Gwen down here! I can ult the Kate. The damage! I mean, I can stay, I guess. Beautiful hook. I don't fuck with the Yone. If the Yone shows up, I'm kinda scared. I do have my ulti. If this was another season, I would bow special here and take the towers. But because it's the new season and the towers revive, it's not worth to do it anymore. Unless you can end, you shouldn't bow special. It's not worth to do it just for tower damage these days. I'm going. Turn!
And die no more.
Killer! Nice! Ooh. GG. Ah, some weak ass damage. Oh, and we're up again. GG. I'm winning a bit too much. I might have to play some Alistar. Hello. If you max it, but if you max it, but E is a lot less reliable to hit. Like W is a guarantee hit, undodgeable. You know? Yeah, her. Got that plate. I have no mana, so I need to proxy. Like, I could come for the fight, but I don't have mana. I could base and TP, fuck it, send it. They already got to GG. Oh boy. I'm gonna flash this. How low is Fiora? Is she on good health bar? She was in the fight, she shouldn't be higher health. I'm gonna gamble it and say she's low. I'm beat. Oh, please don't get on me. Did she ward here? There's no way she stays. I'll do one more wave. Have you ever seen faster wave clear before? Have you ever seen faster wave clear? 102 CS, most CS. Not like listen. I'm a great Aurelia player. So that's kind of carrying the game. But the build as well is optimal. Don't sleep on AP Aurelia. No proxy? No. I should win 1v1 now. I can just brute force her down. It's annoying that she can W my E, but should not matter. Q minion W her. That proc sudden impact. It's good poke. Undodgeable poke as well. I'm so fucking useless. Crazy how useless I am. But look, I did 1400 damage, she did 1700 damage, and the fight wasn't even close. Fucking sustain lifesteal, man. I don't have ult. Drake is up. Leads in top lane, we should take it. This guy's no mana. Boom. Nice. Good job, Bard. Dive her as well.
Turret plating will soon fall.
Help. I kind of want to kill this guy. This is what I'm talking about. Look at my damage, by the way. The potential damage is, how do I deal 3600 damage? Look at that new death recap.
YouTube channel. Now this needs a foundation, so check this out. All YouTube channels have access to the YouTube Studio, a load of data and analytics about your channel and your videos. Now, when you go to the studio, it looks lovely and simple to use, but if you go to the Analytics tab and then click Advanced Mode, you'll get this much more complex looking line graph. And this is what we need, because we can use this graph to see some fascinating stuff. Not just how many times a video has been watched, but how long on average, where people clicked onto it from, and importantly for our video right now, what type of device that view came from. I had the idea to search for this specifically while talking to YouTuber Rasputin, so massive thanks to them for suggesting this, and they were inspired by this video from Ludwig, so it's a pretty collaborative effort. But look at this. If you are a YouTuber and have a channel, follow along, because I've checked with 5 or 6 channels so far and they've each been able to corroborate what I've found. But this video is going to reach way more people than I ever could just messaging people, and will gather way more data. On the Advanced Analytics page, change the view on the left-hand side to the last 90 days. Then in the breakdown drop-down menu, select Device Type. This will let you see where your views are coming from: desktop PCs, mobile phones, TVs, or tablets. Now, my channel is consistently watched more on desktop PCs, more or equal to mobile phones. This is true for several other long-form channels I reached out to, including Rasputin, Wicked Wiz, ProJared, and Mother's Basement. In fact, if you look at this chart going back 2 years, desktop PC views have been consistently higher than mobile. But views across all 4 tracked devices
On me. On me. Chat, if I hit my ulti on all 5 enemies and then they walk into the cage, all 5 of them, it does 4,000 damage. If I hit my E on 5 people, it does 2,500 to 3,000. It does 3,000. So that's 7,000 on these two. I do 11,500 potential damage right now. If I hit all 5 enemies with all 3 of my abilities and they walk into the second part of my ultimate. Chaos. Where I'm coming. Gonna need help here. Ooh, bored. I don't know, I one-shot the Nami by the way. One-shot Nami. Big. Potential damage 5,000, actual damage 500. No, potential damage. Bro, right now? Bro. Right now I have like 13,000 potential damage. Look, one-shot melees. Nami will come and ward this, I think. Come on, Nami. A little bit closer. What do you say about potential damage? That's right. Oh, no damage. No damage. I like the new death recap. You can see if you did good or not. I did 3,700 damage and I have 2,300 health. That means that I did more damage than I am tanking myself. That means it's a good performance. If you have more damage than your health bar, you did good. That's my logic for this new death recap. Drake, Baron spawning. We need Drake, soul. I DC'd. Why did I DC? Hello Velia, good morning. Oh, don't know, it's DC in the game. It just crashed. The game. Right now? It says install, GG, am I? My teammates need me.
Wait, you are in game?
Yeah.
How are you in game if the game is not installed on your PC?
But I was just playing.
Now it's updating, you see?
Yeah. Oh shit, I'm coming. But I was 30 minutes into the game. Soul was spawning.
Yeah, now it's working right away. So you didn't have what's gonna happen? He's gonna get back in, win the game, and he's still gonna get Lever.
Oh my god. GG. Did we lose? We lost Drake. We didn't lose Baron somehow. And we're back. Chat, you see how the team was losing without me and then I reconnect and we instantly start winning? That's the type of presence you get when you have the boss of us in your team. Chat, look at my W. Blah, 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 defensive stance for up to 1.5 seconds. Unable to act, reducing physical damage taken by 108%. I reduce physical by 108. Literal K-ult. Nice, big.
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has
GGVP. GGVP. 100% APR win rate. Oh, Please, please. Victory! Plus 20! They changed it recently, I think. Like this patch or last patch. Last patch or something, if you reconnect after leaving, you're like more likely to not get lever buster or something like that.
This is a knockoff Temu bulletproof vest, and to see if it actually works, I'm gonna test it. It's a good thing that's VFX. And that's just one of many ridiculous knockoff products that I'll be testing, because I want to know, are any of these knockoff products better than the real thing? Starting with our first product, the Plus Pro Pro Max XXR Triple Proof Cell Phone Case. Now this phone case here claims to be anti-drop, and according to Edgar, who's definitely a real person, his phone dropped and was hit by a van, but thanks to this phone case, his phone was intact. For $5, that seems a bit too good to be true, so we're gonna test it with my iPhone 15 Pro. So I took my phone out of its original case. Now this knockoff phone case came with a little tool, which I had to use to unscrew a ton of these tiny little screws, which surprisingly took a long time. Then I put my phone into the case and screwed everything back together. Ladies and gentlemen, the Temu anti-drop phone case. Feel the rubber on this thing, bro. This is straight out the sweatshop. All right, so this is a 20-foot drop here. Let's see if it works. Wish me luck, I guess. I don't know. You ready? All right, 3, 2, 1. Oh, all right, I'm coming down. Oh my God. Oh no, dude, please be okay. Oh, bro, I think it's fine. Oh my God, look where it hit. I don't know how this thing survived, but if we want to test this to its full abilities, there's one more thing we have to test. This one's for you, Edgar. Oh my God. Oh, that sounded terrible. Yeah, it's my phone. It's done? All right, let's check it. Oh. Wait, that might just be on the case. No, wait. So we took off the case to find out for sure, and it worked. Holy f, that was scary. Shout out Edgar. This is a gas product. Our next product.
All of those humanitarian stuff that he said, it's all rubbish, because it shows I will do A. Why? Because what am I going to get back in return? When the moment it comes to Gaza and Palestine, it's like, yo, I can lose brand deals, and I've been told clearly by my managers if I do this, because he's thinking about his business, which shows that he's a
bunch of evidence came forward of Mr. Beast manipulating his audience to buy his products and watch his content.
He's paying to be the last guy to end the stream, which is fair enough, and then we decided that we don't end the stream. I feel like a scammer. We're rubbing him out of that thing that he is donating for, which I thought was not okay.
Mr. Beast is literally putting his own life at risk right now. You all know he already succeeded with his Team Water charity, raising $40 million, but now everything is falling apart. Recent evidence shows that Mr. Beast might have been involved in shady deals, conspiracies, and corruption that no one expected. People are desperate to hold him accountable, and the backlash is massive.
It's all rubbish, because it shows I will do A. Why? Because what am I going to get back in return?
This is serious. For the first time, Mr. Beast could actually be banned, and legal authorities might even go after his entire fortune. So yeah, Mr. Beast is in big trouble right now. Everyone's watching, the law is watching, and the exposure keeps growing. In this video, I'll break down exactly what's going on, how it got exposed, and why this could ruin everything for him. Let's keep watching. As you probably know, Mr. Beast has become a huge controversial name recently because of his Team Water charity, which is supposed to help people in poor countries by providing clean water. But many people are saying this is just another scam tactic. Like before, it's more about views, reach, and content than actually helping anyone. The truth is, the project isn't really making a difference in countries like Africa or Malawi. The plan itself is weak, and it mostly benefits Mr. Beast financially, not the people he claims to help. And it gets worse. Even a creator exposed him recently. Mr. Beast is acting like he cares about the poor in Africa, but he hasn't supported people in Palestine. How he got exposed and what's really going on, you'll see all of it in this video.
Mr. Beast, shame on you, and Palestine will be free, inshallah.
I didn't mean to scream at you. Free Palestine. What'd you say? Free Palestine.
All of those humanitarian stuff that he said, it's all rubbish, because it shows I will do A. Why? Because what am I going to get back in return? When the moment it comes to Gaza and Palestine, it's like, yo, I can lose brand deals, and I've been told clearly by my managers if I do this, because he's thinking about his business, which shows that he's a slave. He is a slave to all of those masters, those people behind him saying to him, do not dare get involved in politics. Do not dare say that. Or for example, if we do that, you know, we are funded by a big Zionist billionaire, so you cannot say it. Muslims boycott this man. This man should be ashamed of himself. He cares about nothing but money. That's his slave. That's his God. That's what he worships. He doesn't care about human life.
I completely agree with that. It just doesn't make sense. Every day Palestinian children are dying from lack of water and food, and yet Mr. Beast hasn't taken even the simplest action to help. Even creators like Adine Ross and XQC have shown support for Palestine, but Mr. Beast, he's stayed silent.
I didn't mean to scream at you. Free Palestine. What'd you say? Free Palestine.
This is proof that he's really only doing things for himself. He's not helping anyone. He's technically investing money and profiting from it. And honestly, it's not just Muslims who should question him. Anyone with common sense can see what's happening. There are many victims, not just one, who've lost something because of Mr. Beast's actions. He's being exposed, and people are starting to see the truth.
Literally every single creator is exposing Mr. Beast. It all started with the Ava Chris Tyson situation, and many people were exposing Mr. Beast for being complacent with what she was doing. But very quickly things started to get worse when a bunch of evidence came forward of Mr. Beast manipulating his audience to buy his products and watch his content. A former employee of his made an hour-long YouTube documentary detailing how Mr. Beast tricks his fans into buying his products, as well as using a bunch of CGI to allegedly fake his videos. The former employee claims that the only people who actually win money from Mr. Beast's videos are usually friends or family that he knows in real life, and they are rarely ever random subscribers like Mr. Beast claims that they are.
Can you even imagine how many people are completely unaware of the scam behind Mr. Beast's humanitarian image? Most viewers think he's doing it all for charity, but the truth is he's fooling people every single moment. Not just once, not just with one stunt. Here's something you might not know. Before every stream with XQC and Adine Ross, Mr. Beast would set a donation goal for the day, but there's a catch. He didn't always play fair. One time, he set the goal at $8 million. And then a billionaire donated $1.5 million during the stream.
We're gonna wrap it up at the 1.5.
What?
Wait, I don't know what to say. That's crazy.
Instead of sticking to the original goal, Mr. Beast suddenly raised it from $8 million to $12 million. Like he was greedy and didn't want to lose any money. And it gets even more interesting. XQC said something during the stream that was hidden or underrated, and it could reveal a lot about what's really going on. You'll see it in this video if you pay attention.
I'll give it a buck, I'm gonna give it a buck. I was a little bit mad at Jimmy for not ending at 5 mil. Why are you mad at him? You're raising more money. Well, that's not the point though. He was paying money for charity to wrap it up, end the broadcast, whatever. Clearly, he's paying to be the last guy to end the stream, which is fair enough. And then we decided that we don't end the stream. I feel like a scammer. We're robbing him out of that thing that he is donating for, which I thought was not okay.
So guys, after watching this video, I want to tell you something important. Everyone thinks Mr. Beast is doing amazing work, but when his own allies start exposing him, can you even imagine the scale of the conspiracy and the scam? How long has he been hiding this smoke from the public? Now you might be thinking this sounds unbelievable, but remember, Mr. Beast has other shady business too. For example, he once promoted a hotel room with special Mr. Beast products, saying people could even win $10,000. Everyone thought it was an amazing prize, but later attendees exposed it and there was nothing inside, just some ordinary chocolate.
I was told to wait in my room for 2 days, waiting for a package to come, and so I legit spent 2 days in Vegas in a room doing nothing, just waiting for a Mr. Beast package to come. That was a box of chocolates. We were told we were going to each get a mystery bag, but we only got one in the room, and it had kids shorts, an extra small shirt, and a hat, and like a medium shirt. If you go to MrBeast.com to their merchandise right now, all this stuff is on clearance for $9.
This isn't a one-time thing. It shows a pattern. Mr. Beast is all about the image and profit while the public gets fooled. For example, during the live stream, Mr. Beast said that $15,000 is a very low amount for this donation, pointing out that it's only 0.001% of the total fund.
Let's do some math right here, boys. That 15 grand I just got us, does that even make a dent? What percentage 15 grand of 8 million? Someone do the, hey, Luke, can you do the math? What percent of $8 million is $15,000?
No idea.
That was 0.001%. Bro, the vibe. Let me see.
Okay, yes, that might technically be a small percentage, but the way he said it came across as disrespectful. Instead of appreciating that donation, it felt dismissive and almost insulting to the donors. Imagine giving $15,000 to a cause and then being told it doesn't really matter. How would you feel? So when people see these kinds of exposés about Mr. Beast, the guy who always talks about helping new creators, are they really seeing a scammer instead? First, there was the controversy about his videos being fake and scripted. Then came the crypto scam that hardly anyone knew about until CoffeeZilla exposed it next. It's like one scandal after another keeps piling up, and now everyone's asking, who is Mr. Beast really?
I have gone to Mr. Beast's team to try to fact check this story extensively, and they declined to fact check or comment on my many questions. Instead, they gave me a statement, which we will get to. Secondly, I have a bit of history with Mr. Beast. I interviewed and spoke positively about him in the past, but also his new co-founder is suing me, and his other co-founder threatened to sue me.
The shocking truth is, Mr. Beast is one of the biggest names in the creator world. He can do almost anything, bring huge revenue to platforms, attract massive audiences, and influence millions. But here's the main thing. For years he's been manipulating people, earning from them, and scamming under the guise of charity. It's all incredibly shady. Now everyone is exposing his Team Water charity, and people are finally talking about Mr. Beast's real face behind that humanitarian image. It's shocking. If this continues and legal authorities take notice, Mr. Beast could actually get banned, or even face jail time if all the exposed evidence is investigated. So, what do you think about all of this? Let me know in the comments.
It's been a year since Nikocado Avocado bamboozled the entire internet with a single video. He went from being the laughingstock of the internet for his obnoxious persona in his mukbang videos to a master of deception who even left Charlie singing his praises.
This moment right here is this generation's I Am Your Father. This is up there with the Darth Vader identity reveal. Perhaps one of the most unexpected things I've seen in quite some time.
Since then, he's been quietly planning an exit from the YouTube scene, having already made millions in ad revenue through his videos. However, his decision to revisit an old controversy in preparation for this exit may have put a wrench in those plans. Hi, I'm the Internet Anarchist. I create weekly YouTube documentaries, and today we're revisiting Nikocado Avocado, how he managed to change everyone's perception of him through one video, his slow fade into obscurity now that he's earned his millions, and why some parts of the internet still considers him the villain who should not be forgiven for his damaging actions. But if you want to become a hero in my eyes, hit that subscribe button and let's get on with the video. Now, I've already covered some of Nikocado's shenanigans in a video before, but if you haven't watched that video or need a refresher, here's a super quick recap to get you up to speed. Nikocado Avocado, real name Nick Perry, started his YouTube journey over a decade ago in 2014 as a vegan mukbanger who on occasion also mesmerized his viewers with his incredible violin arrangements. However, just 2 years later, Nick would renounce veganism completely because of some health issues he had.
I rotted a tooth. I had low B12 deficiency. My sex drive was terrible.
Really? I wondered that. Okay.
Terrible. Wow. Sex drive was terrible.
Really? I wondered that. Okay.
Terrible. Wow. I developed hypoglycemia. I don't know if it's directly related to the veganism, but I never had that before.
And because he found the online vegan community incredibly toxic.
I said in that video, why do vegans have to make everything about veganism? Why? There's so much more to life than veganism. Yes, it's an important cause, but when it becomes everything, you sound no different than the Mormons going door to door, knocking on the door saying, join my club.
From that point, his mukbangs went from being relatively healthy, normal-sized meals to obnoxiously gigantic portions made up entirely of fast food and processed junk. As unhealthy as it was, this ended up being a great move for his channel, with everything he put out in this era receiving millions of views. However, as the views grew, so did his weight. Year after year, his scale unlocked a new digit, transforming not only his body, but also his demeanor. This resulted in his videos transforming from lighthearted and fun.
Say noodle? Noodle? Okay.
He's very picky.
He's a very picky bird, stubborn as can be. He only wants his food hot. And I'm telling him, in the wild, out with the other birdies, you'd be eating your food off the tree. Oh, he made no objections to come onto my finger. That was the first.
To straight up depressing.
Really good person. Like what? Why is he so good? Why is he so good? Why is he so good? Why is he so good?
While he himself turned into a desperate attention seeker, inserting himself into drama on every possible opportunity, with him clashing against everyone from Charlie and Stephanie Sue to even PewDiePie, all while humiliating himself even further. It reached a point where his audience saw him as nothing more than a caricature of what a ruined life looks like, with comments like, "He's a great example of what not to do with your life, respect." And whenever I'm unsure about my life choices, I come back to this channel, and it makes me feel like an absolute legend. However, just when the internet started believing that Nick was slowly going to eat himself to death, he flipped the entire script by coming out with a reveal that broke the internet. On the 7th of September 2024, Nick posted a video on his main channel titled 2 Steps Ahead, where in just the first few minutes, he shattered everyone's perception of him with a massive change in his appearance.
2 steps ahead. I am always 2 steps ahead. This has been the greatest social experiment for my entire life. So I am the villain because I've made myself one.
He'd then go on to make another bombshell reveal about the amount of weight he'd lost.
Today I woke up from a very long dream, and I also woke up having lost 250 pounds off of my body.
All while ridiculing the viewers who made fun of him before, even comparing them to ants at one point.
For as long as I tell the internet that I am the villain, stories that permeate and linger and infect the minds of the ants, influence the ants, brainwash the ants. You are the ants.
But deliberately not telling them how he'd achieved this incredible weight loss. That said, the reveal itself was enough to stir interest across all of the internet, making his video go mega viral and garner over 50 million views to date. More importantly, longtime viewers were happy to see the massively positive change, since many of them had dismissed Nick as a lost cause by this point. stating, "This is like seeing a character you thought died in Season 1 in Season 8 being the secret villain this whole time. Unironically, this is probably one of, if not the best plot twist in the history of YouTube." Over the next couple of weeks, viewers also uncovered how Nick managed to lose over 250 pounds without anyone noticing. As it turned out, Nick had pre-recorded 2 years worth of videos and started uploading them towards the end of September in 2022. These videos were designed to keep the Nikocado Avocado character in front of everyone's eyes, while the real Nick went on an incredible weight loss journey behind the scenes, losing 250 pounds through a diet that lasted over 800 days.
First of all, I was on a diet for 800 days.
Nick eventually confirmed this in part 2 of his reveal, when he mentioned how long it had been since he was in front of a camera.
Welcome to Nikocado 2. This is my second channel, and I hope you consider subscribing because I don't even know if people like me or if they want to hear from me. I haven't made a video for like 2 years.
He also revealed why he did everything.
This is something I've always wanted to do. You know, you could even tell in my soliloquy, I am always 2 steps ahead. I mean, these are characters, and it's the vision I've had forever. And the whole character thing, I want to make people laugh.
And how he decided to use his theater training on YouTube when he wasn't able to land his role on Broadway as a violinist or an actor.
In case you didn't see the video on my main channel, basically I'm an actor. I went to school for acting. I have a very long history in performance. My background is in theater, and it was my dream to be on Broadway. Whether I was acting or doing violin, I craved that theater. In the case of Broadway workers, like, you get a contract for a tour or a show, and when it's over, you're unemployed again. I basically employed myself on my own terms here on YouTube,
resulting in the creation of the Nikocado character.
Something that I learned in my training, like in school, was that the actors who had to undergo like the greatest physical changes, they lost a lot of weight for their role or they gained a lot of weight, those actors tended to have the greatest impact. You know, when you watch someone on screen and you've seen them before and other stuff, you start getting that backlog of, oh yeah, I remember them from this and this and this. But when they're like physically unrecognizable, totally different people, you don't get that backlog running through your brain.
Which was a great way to ensure that the audience never takes him seriously, so he could blur the lines between fiction and reality.
And so it was really easy for me to blur that boundary between fact and fiction, like I said, because I was physically so unwell. How do you take someone seriously or think that they're in control, you know, when they look so out of control?
Not only that, but a month after his mega viral 2 Steps Ahead video, Nick posted another video titled How I Fooled the Internet, which basically featured a collection of clips where he'd foreshadowed his own weight loss in rare character-breaking moments that no one at the time was able to pick up on.
I'm making this video for me to look back on in the future because I will get healthy, I will drop pounds, I'll do a transformation. Hi Nick, Nick of the future.
I said it would be very unique, extremely unique. I actually can't name one influencer who's going to do what I'm going to do.
However, there was one moment in particular that Nick highlighted as the starting point of his weight loss journey. In his third channel titled 2 Steps Ahead, the truth was in front of you the entire time. This was the video he posted back in 2022 featuring the same monologue as his reveal video.
2 steps ahead. I am always 2 steps ahead. This has been the greatest social experiment I've come to know.
That being said, Nick's transformation was a positive in almost everyone's eyes, including Charlie, who once criticized Nick for his unhealthy lifestyle, and was now praising him for the masterful reveal.
This moment right here is this generation's I am your father. This is up there with the Darth Vader identity reveal. Perhaps one of the most unexpected things I've seen in quite some time. When I was watching this, I let out an audible whoa. Like, I couldn't help myself. My body responded without any other part of me having say-so over it.
However, even though Nick had shocked everyone with his astonishing weight loss, many still wondered if he'd been able to maintain this weight, or if he would fall back into his old habits. especially since, according to some studies, as many as 90% of people who lose a lot of weight gain it back over the next few years. Now, it has been 1 full year since Nick released his 2 Steps Ahead video, and fortunately, Nick is showing no signs of slowing down or falling into his old habits. He's even getting excess skin removal surgeries to indicate his dedication to stay at a healthy weight, starting in January 2025, with a plastic surgery for his face to remove the loose skin hanging under his chin. Then in February, he finally got a skin removal surgery through a 360-degree body lift, which resulted in over 10 pounds of skin getting extracted from his body. And finally, in March of this year, he decided to get a torso lift and a thigh lift to get rid of any excess skin that had been left over. But even though Nick is the healthiest he's ever been at this point, the same can't be said for his upload schedule. He's only been uploading once per month, and sometimes once every 2 months. He's likely exhausted the entire backlog of videos he'd created to hide his weight loss, and now with him still recovering from various surgeries, he's hardly been able to get back in front of a camera. His efforts to drum up any additional engagement have also been largely unsuccessful. A perfect example of this is the live meet and greet tour he announced from May 11th to June 28th, 2025.
I'm so excited to be doing a live version of my mukbang all over America and Toronto, Canada. Each show is going to have a presentation about my weight loss, how I did it, a signing, a meet and greet.
He kept hyping it up even in his later videos.
Oh my god, hi! Oh my god, how many of you guys are coming on my tour? My tour is literally in like a month. Or like 6 weeks. I'm so excited.
However, when May arrived, he ended up cancelling the entire event, with several Redditors on the r/Nikocado subreddit mentioning that they'd been refunded their tickets. The subreddit also concluded that the cancellation was most likely due to low ticket sales, with one Redditor even showing proof that only 6 people had bought tickets for his event in Houston, Texas. This latest setback, coupled with him not being able to rely on his Nikocado character to farm more views, have led people to believe that his latest video might be his way of finishing up his YouTube career with a clean slate, since he's decided to revisit one of the biggest dramas he was ever involved in during his career, his alleged manipulation of fellow YouTuber Stephanie Soo. For context, this controversy started on the 18th of December 2019, when Nick posted a collab mukbang video with Stephanie along with fellow mukbanger Zach Choi. The video itself went off without a hitch, with all 3 of them interacting in a cordial manner, making the audience believe they were all good friends. However, that couldn't have been further from the truth, because just 4 days after this video, Stephanie would post a video on her channel declaring Nick a manipulator who was constantly trying to bully her into starting beef with another creator. She called him out for trying to act like her friend so she'd let her guard down, only to try and gaslight her into revealing what she told him in confidence on camera.
I know that the full footage is not out there. He did it in a way, I don't remember his exact wording, but it was in a...
What did you want to share? Or do you change your mind now? You said you wanted to talk to your viewers with me here, but because you never talked to any of your viewers.
And I just remember feeling just shocked because the way he went about it was just so, almost like an interrogation.
And trying to bully her through his platform.
The past couple of days have been filled with just a lot of manipulation, in particular manipulating my own words against me to make me do things that I don't want to do and I don't feel comfortable doing. And a lot of Nikocado Avocado using his platform to threaten me and to bully me. At this point, my home safety is kind of in question.
Nick tried debunking all her claims through a response video almost the same day, but his own audience didn't believe him at the time, with comments reading, "You're horrible, totally disgusting, karma will get you," and "You're a disgusting person," resulting in Nick's reputation taking a serious hit. So by revisiting that situation with his newly improved reputation, he was most likely hoping that his audience might lend him a bit more of a sympathetic ear this time. He started off by mentioning how his side of the story in this controversy had been misrepresented.
Stephanie Soo told the internet about our real-life interaction together in a way that seemed less like a personal story and more like a true crime special.
and how she blatantly lied about them being incredibly close.
Stephanie and I had met just one time in person before filming. One time, at a restaurant. We didn't know each other very well, we weren't close, we were just trying to break the ice before filming.
Used deceptive editing to make it seem like Nick had something to do with her past essay-related trauma.
In and out of sleep.
In and out of sleep. Hopefully you can trust me now.
I do.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, I do.
Good. Oh, Me Too movement.
Hashtag me too.
Even going as far as to say that her tears in the video were fake.
But Stephanie didn't just rely on her words to sell this story, she relied on performance. The trembling voice, the sudden tone shifts, even moments where she appeared to cry, only for the emotion to vanish seconds later. It just all felt calculated.
However, he did admit and apologize for trying to make Stephanie talk about a topic she was uncomfortable with.
And that was 100% my fault. I was immature, I was unkind, I was unprofessional, I was childish, I was wrong. Stephanie, I am genuinely sorry. You were not obligated to sit and gossip with me on camera. You didn't owe me that. And I was totally out of line for reacting the way I did when you didn't show up to film.
Before ultimately explaining the real reason Stephanie made her video exposing him.
But when our collab fell apart, she panicked. She knew I was upset. She knew she said things that she didn't want going public. So before I could say anything, she got ahead of the story and she rewrote the story.
Surprisingly, this worked better than he could have expected, with many of his fans taking his side this time around. Stephanie is talking so childlike in that video more than usual, that just paints a picture by itself. And can't believe the most mature YouTube drama response was from Nick Ricardo Avocado. For now, Stephanie hasn't responded to Nick's video, and given how old the drama actually is, it's unlikely that she ever will. But for Nick, this was most likely his way of clearing his name once and for all, just so he can make a clean exit from the internet. Which makes total sense considering he's already made millions in ad revenue, he's now back at a healthy weight, and his reputation is at an all-time high. That said, while he himself might want to ride into the sunset, there are still some people on the internet who don't think he deserves that ending. Specifically, people who don't think Nick's actions should be excused just because he was playing a character, especially when those actions could have had direct influence on many in his audience, like when he made fun of his own diabetes, regardless of if it was real or not.
That was $18.
Diabetes!
Or when he faked having a heart attack on camera.
Turn off the camera. What's wrong? Are you fine? Turn off the camera. Oh, what do you think of the aspirin?
Yeah, it's pinching really bad.
Oh.
Sure.
His on-screen borderline abusive relationship with Orlin also became a major point of contention, since to some, him constantly berating Orlin
Sit. You're so f***ing controlling.
and oftentimes getting physical.
You haven't done neither. You've done neither. You just keep eating stuff.
Trivializes DV, even if it was all an act. And while one can make the argument that he should be held accountable for those acts, that will likely never happen. For most, Nick Ricardo Avocado's career is the closest YouTube has ever come to offering a true redemption story, a story that many didn't think would be possible at all, considering the amount of views Nick used to get on his gross mukbang videos. However, he bided his time, squeezed all he could from his character, and made a grand reveal that went viral as the icing on the cake. And now, he's most likely going to ride off into the sunset to enjoy the health he's worked so hard for, a redemption that could have also been possible for someone like Brad Taste in music if he wasn't so allergic to doing the right thing. Is it possible for a single TikToker to tarnish how people view an entire neurological disorder? Well, if that TikToker is Tics and Roses, then sadly yes. They started as a wholesome disability awareness influencer sharing their daily life with Tourette's syndrome, only to end up getting raked over the coals at the hands of their own followers, when one viral video completely exposed them for being a total fraud. Someone who was faking their entire disorder just for TikTok clout. Hi, I'm the Internet Anarchist. I create weekly YouTube documentaries, and today we'll be diving into the satisfying and well-deserved downfall of Tics and Roses, how they profited off the sympathy of their own followers through a bogus diagnosis, where they ended up after the dust settled, and the real-life consequences others with the same disorder had to face because of their vile actions. At a first glance, Tics and Roses, created by Emerald Rose, came across as fairly innocent. The account was focused around helping Emerald share the struggles they face on a day-to-day basis living with Tourette's syndrome. Emerald claimed that they had been diagnosed with Tourette's at a very young age.
So for me, my tics started when I was probably around 6 or 7.
And had created the Tics and Roses account to create awareness for the disorder, break any harmful stereotypes, and show people that they weren't alone. The content in these early days also echoed this sentiment, with Emerald showing all the various tics they had to contend with, how they completed various tasks while ticking, and how embarrassing it felt to tick in public.
She's stealing.
It wasn't long before the channel found its audience, and by mid-2021, Tics and Roses amassed over 530,000 followers, cementing Emerald as an icon in the disability awareness community on the platform. Emerald used this newfound popularity to launch a merch line related to their disability, all in an effort to create even more awareness for Tourette's. To add to that, they also started promoting their other account on TikTok, Stardust Pagan Priory, which corresponded to their pagan yarn dyeing business, effectively turning many of their fans into paying customers. Things were going incredibly well for Emerald. However, as they continued posting new content on Tics and Roses, the followers who'd been watching their content for real Tourette's awareness started noticing something odd about their videos.
I'm gonna see if I can catch this tick because it's the most ridiculous thing ever.
Put simply, many of Emerald's videos felt fake, or at least highly exaggerated. As the suspicions grew stronger, these viewers started looking into older Tics and Roses videos as well, and even created an entire subreddit to uncover the truth on May 3rd, 2021. Together, they scoured through all of her past videos until finally accumulating enough evidence to expose Emerald as a fraud in front of their followers, eventually forcing them to delete the Tics and Roses account entirely. However, while that did stop them from generating any more clout from their fake Tourette's diagnosis for the time being, there was nothing stopping them from taking a brief hiatus and coming back with a brand new persona, just like several other cancelled content creators have tried in the past, especially since the r/Tics and Roses subreddit was only made up of 2.6k members at the time. Fortunately, before that could happen, the situation caught the attention of SunnyV2, who would end up putting the final nail in the coffin that was Emerald's TikTok career by posting a video on February 10th, 2022 titled "The Scumbag TikToker Who Faked Tourette's for Clout," where he would go on to double down on the subreddit's efforts and completely expose Emerald as a fraud for the second time, but this time in front of a much larger audience, since the video ended up going mega viral, amassing 16 million views, eventually turning every single one of Emerald's followers and the entire online community against them. He called her out for three main things: their long history of faking Tourette's for clout, fabricating a doctor's report to boost the legitimacy of their claim, and even getting called a liar by their own family, using the evidence that had already been collected by the original source, creators, the r/TicksandRoses subreddit, who were the first to point out how fake and exaggerated Emerald's ticks looked, specifically how their ticks seemed to be too well timed according to the context of the situation to be random.
Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!
As if they'd been playing up their condition for the camera in a carefully controlled performance, especially considering how often they'd post between ticks and reacted to their own ticks like they'd been expecting them.
Oh god! Moving on. Send me to Canada! I'll get her a new one. Wow! 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 Eat the burrito. No. One for you!
Like in this video, for example, where they're driving while ticking constantly, but are somehow able to maintain complete control over their vehicle the entire time, with several Redditors pointing out how a person with such severe tics shouldn't be driving, let alone filming themselves, with comments that read, "Oh, I'm having a severe tic attack while driving, better get my phone out," and "Damn, I only experience moderate physical tics, but I'm not allowed to drive or be in the passenger seat since I tend to accidentally hit the driver. Sucks that she's spreading lies about this." Or another video where they're essentially making fun of the entire disorder by narrating nursery rhymes while having very context-specific tics, which seem more like the punchline to a joke than a random occurrence.
5 little monkeys jumping on the bed. One fell down. He's dead now. Bye-bye. Hickory dickory dock. The mouse ran up the clock and stole his cock.
Prompting Redditors to point out how no one with actual Tourette's would act this way, with many commenting, "I love how conveniently the tics always seem to demonstrate themselves on cue/camera, and interesting how our tics relate and line up perfectly with the rhymes." However, this was only the tip of the iceberg, because as the subreddit continued unearthing TikToks in which they blatantly exaggerate their own tics, they started doing a deep dive on Emerald themselves, trying to discover any past video that could conclusively prove that they were lying about having Tourette's entirely, and soon enough, their search started producing results. They first found a 1-minute 54-second video on Emerald's business Facebook page for Stardust Fiber Studio, where they speak throughout the video without ticking even once.
We are wrapping up with planting all of the little seedlings now. He's finishing up with the broccoli right now, or cauliflower.
However, since the camera was never facing them, there was no way to prove they weren't ticking at all during the video. On top of that, as Sunny explained it, Emerald themselves came forward on TikTok to dispel any rumors, by claiming that they did not tick all of the time, and it was possible for them to make a short video without ticking.
You should check out her YouTube, Stardust Fiber Studio, and take note of how she doesn't have a tick in any of the videos. Maybe you'll think twice. To which she would respond, "Hey, so this is a comment I saw a lot and I wanted to clear up a few things," before explaining that the tics didn't happen all the time and that it was possible for her to make short videos without any involuntary outbursts.
And so the controversy died down for a time. However, that didn't stop the people from continuing their search, which led them to eventually finding crystal clear evidence that Emerald was in fact a fraud. You see, alongside her alternate TikTok account named Stardust Pagan Priory, Emerald also ran a YouTube channel by the same name, and while searching this channel, fans managed to find a 4-minute and another full 11 minutes long video where she was able to talk completely tick-free.
Welcome to Stardust Fiber Studio. I'm Rebecca. And I'm Emerald. And today, we're going to be unboxing 76 pounds of yarn. 76.
Compared to the videos on Emerald's Ticks and Roses account, where they would tick every 5 to 6 seconds, it became extremely obvious that they were putting on an act. And if that wasn't bad enough, someone on the same thread even managed to find a full 1-hour-long podcast that they'd been on to promote their yarn dyeing business. And in a surprise to no one at that point, Emerald didn't even tick once during this entire recording.
Which is and have been for many, many years. I myself was raised pagan from birth. Yes, you can buy yarn anywhere, but you don't know the intention that was put into it. Being able to dye yarn with intention, especially like our Greek God series we did, all of those were acts of devotion.
Also, remember the controversial nursery rhymes video earlier where Emerald seemed to tick during every sentence? Well, they also managed to unearth another video of Emerald reciting poetry, only this time she didn't even tick once during this more than 2 minutes long video.
When I catch you staring through the window, I want to pour the contents of your mind into a glass and drink you in. I want to hear your voice in my heartbeat.
But once again, despite all this evidence, there was still a chance that Emerald would be able to explain all these videos away by stating that their tics weren't that bad in the past, so they could keep them under control for an extended period of time. So people continued digging, and eventually managed to find a piece of evidence that finally had them dead to rights. In this Reddit post titled "A Collection of Proof and Information About Tics and Rose's Claims," they'd found a couple of videos posted just minutes apart from each other. One was posted on the Tics and Roses account, and the other on her alternate Stardust Page and Prairie TikTok account. And as you might have guessed already, in the Tics and Roses video, Emerald was seen ticking uncontrollably, while in the video on her alternate account, they were completely tick-free.
Tonight the moon is in its first quarter phase. This is an interesting time for looking at things like self-growth and decisions that you need to make.
However, just when it seemed like the people had them cornered, the same subreddit managed to uncover a video that actually worked in Emerald's favor. This was from May 2019, 2 years before Emerald started becoming popular on TikTok, showing Emerald confessing that they had Huntington's disease.
My name is Emerald, and I have Huntington's disease. It affects all aspects of a person's life. It causes movement disorders, such as involuntary jerking, impaired gait and balance, and difficulty with speech and swallowing.
Now, since this video was uploaded way before Emerald had any major following on social media, people found it difficult to write off as fake, especially because of how genuinely emotional Emerald seemed towards the end of the video.
I still fear for my loved ones and the effect that my decline will someday have on them. But I am choosing not to let this disease have me before its time. I am choosing to live. So yes, I have Huntington's disease, but Huntington's disease doesn't have me. Thank you.
And since the early symptoms of Huntington's can often present themselves as symptoms of Tourette's, some members of the subreddit started doubting themselves for calling Emerald a liar. In his video, SunnyV2 also pointed out how this sentiment was further reinforced when the Redditors uncovered a GoFundMe-style fundraiser, asking people to donate so Emerald could get their Huntington's treated.
Reddit users found an old Huntington's disease fundraiser from October 2014 hosted by Emerald, which stated Huntington's disease is something that affects my entire family. My grandfather was diagnosed and shortly after my mother as well. I'm doing this walk for my grandfather, for my mother, and for those in my family that have the potential for having this disease as well.
So, for the time being, the backlash died down and people started wondering if they were being a bit too harsh with Emerald, but it wasn't long before they started finding inconsistencies with the Huntington's diagnosis as well. You see, to be diagnosed with Tourette's, you can't have any symptoms due to another medical condition, especially Huntington's, which meant that even if their Huntington's diagnosis was true, they had still falsely claimed to be diagnosed with Tourette's, and that ended up opening the floodgates once again, with several of their followers calling Emerald out on TikTok once again. But instead of finally coming clean, Emerald decided to double down on their claims in an act of desperation, something that eventually ended up backfiring horribly. This time they came out with another TikTok showing a doctor's report they had received from their latest outpatient consultation, just to prove that they really had Tourette's.
So I know you've all probably seen the chaos happening on my channel, so I wanted to show a little bit of my last outpatient consultation. So I did do some redactions for, personal safety reasons. So make sure you guys can see that.
At a first glance, this report looked quite legitimate, leading most of their critics to back off for a time being. However, once again, it didn't take long for Sunny himself and the people on r/TicksandRoses subreddit to find several inconsistencies in the report, like how some diagnoses for PTSD were mentioned twice, and how for some reason their doctor had thought it very important to specifically mention that Emerald was a quote very pleasant 27-year-old left-handed lady in the personal history section. A Redditor even mentioned a more basic problem with the diagnosis themselves, by pointing out another rookie mistake the so-called doctor had made in a comment that read, "OCD with anxiety disorder is just flat out wrong. OCD is an anxiety disorder, and an anxiety disorder is not a diagnosis. It is a family of diagnoses. You would have to say generalized anxiety disorder, panic disorder, or unspecified or something. This is not how anyone would code or write this." But in the end, it was Sunny V2 who had pointed out the biggest mistake Emerald had made. It all started with him finding a harmless looking comment on that same TikTok, with one of their followers asking them if they went to the same hospital as they did.
Hey, no hate, just curious. I went to Virginia Mason in Seattle a few weeks ago and my paperwork had a different logo on it. Did you go to a different one?
This prompted Sunny to actually pay closer attention to the logo on the form itself, which in turn led to him discovering that the official Virginia Mason logo had a small TM next to it, something that was missing from the logo on Emerald's report. So after a bit of digging, he found that the logo on Emerald's report was actually the first transparent background logo you could find on Google, proving that Emerald had most likely typed up the document themselves. For the Redditors, however, the inconsistent and outright weird language in the report, coupled with Emerald's history, was enough to declare the report fake, with one Redditor actually posting the TikTok on the subreddit with the sarcastic title, "She has a color printer, I'm super convinced," which actually raises an even bigger concern about the consequences Emerald's desperate stunt could have. Specifically, how reluctant it might make the internet when it comes to accepting someone else's diagnosis, even if they aren't actually lying like Emerald was. But of course, Emerald never cared about that. They didn't even have the decency to come clean after their document was outed as fake. All they did was delete their doctor's report video and continue posting as usual. Fortunately, the truth did eventually come out about them, and that too from the person they'd least expect, their sister. Noticing the rising popularity of the Ticks and Roses subreddit, Emerald's sister decided to share her story under the username Jade401, with a post titled, "Introducing Myself and the Truth," that read, "Hi everyone, I am Emerald's sister, and we grew up together. My mother and I have always been supportive of Emerald and miss them dearly. We have always accepted them, they cut communication with us, we have tried to reach out, but they no longer wish to have contact with us and we haven't talked in years. She then went on to confirm that her family had struggled with Huntington's, especially her mother and grandfather. And although she did confirm that Emerald had tested positive for Huntington's, she completely denied their Tourette's diagnosis, stating, "I don't believe Emerald has Tourette's syndrome. home and they never showed any symptoms as a child. They are mentally ill though. I love my sister, always will, and wish them the best, but I don't agree with what they have done. It's incredibly disrespectful to fake a mental illness for any reason. I'm extending my sincerest apology to everyone their actions have hurt. She also mentioned that she was open to any questions as long as they weren't disrespectful, to which a Redditor asked, "Do you know why Emerald might have fabricated all of this? Did they have a tendency to want attention regardless of it being good or bad?" And she responded with, "Yes, they do have a history of fabricating stories or stretching the truth, so to speak. These revelations pushed Emerald's reputation past the point of no return, because if your own family is calling you a liar, there's not much you can say to make people believe you." However, surprisingly, Emerald still tried in a yap session that boiled down to them dismissing everything their sister had said, and crying about how all these quote-unquote lies have ruined their life, before announcing that they were going to delete all Tourette's-related content from the internet. Surprisingly, Emerald stayed true to their word, and ended up deleting their Ticks and Roses TikTok account entirely. However, most of the internet still wasn't satisfied with the way Emerald had left, because they never actually admitted to faking Tourette's, and instead claimed that they had to leave because of the hate. On top of that, they were still posting consistently on their alternate Stardust Pagan Priory business accounts on both YouTube and TikTok.
Hello and happy Pride to all of our pagans and witches that are in the community. I wanted to talk a little bit about the terminology used, seeing as I myself am non-binary.
Eventually, the backlash became too much for Emerald to bear, forcing them to disappear from there as well. However, even in their final video, they refused to take any accountability.
I was not planning to address this anymore because addressing it has not fixed it. I was literally bullied off the internet. So I do not do awareness for Tourette's anymore, regardless of the fact that I do have a clinical diagnosis. So I'm spending my time on my yarn business and on my religious group, and I just want to live my life, and yeah.
But fortunately, that would be the last time the internet would have to see them, since they haven't shown their face in a video ever since. That said, even in the aftermath of Sunny V2's video, which had managed to make a huge mainstream audience aware of Emerald's fraud, they still continued posting on their Stardust Fiber Studio page on Instagram. But that didn't last long either, because Sunny V2's video soon got the attention of another YouTuber, Daps, who actually did suffer from Tourette's. Daps ended up making a video on the topic as well, titled "Guy with Real Tourette's Reacts to TikToker Faking Tourette's," breaking down why most of Emerald's tics seemed fake.
Oh god! Moving on. Send me to Canada!
Not only did he call out how unrealistic these tics looked, but also pointed out how Emerald would often find their tics unnaturally funny.
Alright, so the first thing I noticed is, yeah, this does scream very fake. A lot of the, like, the putting the hat in your head, like, I want to go to Canada, that doesn't happen. Also, another thing is, if this were happening to me, and, like, I were having such severe tics while trying to package something, I would not be happy like she is. I would be pissed the fuck off.
Surprisingly, Daps's video ended up going even more viral than Sunny's did, garnering over 34 million views, which ended up in Emerald finally deleting all their Stardust Fiber Studio social media accounts, and effectively destroyed any possibility of them ever returning to the world of content creation ever again. That said, even though they themselves are gone, their impact on the internet unfortunately remains, often resulting in other YouTubers diagnosed with Tourette's getting hate for quote faking it, like Ticks and Roses, like Ticking Together, who has had to prove she has Tourette's several times since the Ticks and Roses news came out.
Hi, I'm Carly. And I have Tourette syndrome. I am not a fraud, but because of those lovely few people out there who have fake Tourette's, on every single one of my videos, I get a bunch of freaking hate. And all I'm trying to do is raise awareness and break the stigma that surrounds this awfully misunderstood disorder. But on almost, like a race, but on almost every one of my videos, I get a comment saying, fake, this doesn't seem real. Or the worst ones are, I don't know who to believe now that I've seen Ticks and Roses.
And has even been confused with Emerald.
I have been mistaken or kind of called Ticks and Roses 2 times in my personal life. life in public, which is crazy to me. The first instance was when I was at work about a year ago. I was working at the cash register and a girl comes up to me and she's like, "Do I know you?" And I was like, "I'm not sure. Like, did we go to the same high school? Like, maybe we met somewhere." And she's like, "No, wait, you're Ticks and Roses." And I was like, no.
Which is quite tragic considering how misunderstood Tourette's already is and the stigma surrounding it. And unfortunately, it looks like none of the people with actual Tourette's who got hurt by Ticks and Roses' fraudulent portrayal of the disorder will ever get any closure, since they never even apologized for their actions and instead tried to gaslight everyone on their way out. The only silver lining in this whole citation is that the internet will most likely never have to see or hear from them. If you ever feel like you've hit rock bottom, just know that at least you aren't Brad Taste in music. This one tweet perfectly summarizes the historic downfall of Brad Taste in music. He went from being an internet lolcow with a passion for on-camera meltdowns.
It's like every day is hard.
To a straight-up villain.
Stop being such a wimp. Look at me and accept what you have done to me. Did you see what I've become? Look at me, the eyes that stay that again. Look at me. Stop me.
He verbally abused his girlfriend Tina for years, got arrested for it, and all he had to say in his defense was that he tends to, quote, get very loud.
Like, when I get very angry, or even excited or just anything. Like, I get very loud.
Well, he actually had quite a bit to say after the truth came out. Most of it, however, was just him trying to gaslight his audience into believing he was the real victim in all of this.
See, I'm really scared of her because she's smarter than me. When our relationship, like, I'm younger than her, and I never really had a strong foundation, like at home.
Unfortunately for Brad, there's no one left to buy into his sob stories anymore. Hi, I'm the Internet Anarchist. I create weekly YouTube documentaries, and today we're going over the catastrophic downfall of Brad's taste in music, how he single-handedly ended his career through a string of controversies, and above all, his inability to admit fault or just shut up. And at this point, I doubt there's anything he can do to repair the damage that's already done. But there's one thing you can do right now that'll definitely help: subscribe. So hit that subscribe button and let's get into the video. Now, I already made a video about Brad back in October of 2024, going over the many controversies that were ruining his career and, by extension, his life at the time. But if you haven't seen that video, here's a super fast recap to get you up to speed. Bradley Lemon, better known as Brad Taste in Music, started his YouTube journey in April of 2018, and over the next few years managed to build a fairly successful career for himself as a music reviewer. At one point, he was charging up to $400 from fans for album review requests. But then he let the fame and fortune get to his head, got addicted to weed, and it was all downhill from there. From publicly promoting and defending a YouTuber with takes as horrendous as "consent is stupid, grape is natural and necessary for a happy and healthy society," to scamming his own editor out of hundreds of dollars, and then freaking out on stream for seemingly no reason.
I under no circumstance can listen to this album right now because I am not safe in my own home, and I really can't describe much else.
The last time I talked about him, he was showing signs of progress and even revealed that he was going to rehab to improve his situation.
Letting you know that I am going to rehab. Yep, about 2 months. It's intensive outpatient care.
This was a step in the right direction, so I ended the video by wishing him luck. So here's to hoping he completes rehab, takes time for his mental health, and returns to a better man. Unfortunately, no one, including myself, could have predicted just how insane Brad's downfall would get. Now, things actually started off okay, with him actually completing his rehab program, and returning to making his usual content. The fans couldn't have been happier, with comments like "rehabilitated taste in music, happy for him," and "yay, one of my favorite YouTubers got me into reviewing music, glad to see it." But then, in March of this year, he disappeared from YouTube completely, practically out of nowhere. Fast forward to July 24th, 2025, and he returned with a video simply titled SI, referring to the mental health term suicidal ideations. This was a bit worrying at a first glance. However, the video actually started off on a fairly positive note, with Brad coming to terms with his downfall.
For some reason, like 11 months ago when like everything went down with my channel, I've just been like contemplating the perfect video, you know, that'll fix it all. I'll just say the right words and everything will go back to normal. I have learned since then that that is not reality, and I don't want it to be reality.
But then he started explaining what was going on behind the scenes, and things fell apart quickly. A few minutes into the video, he began trash talking his ex-fiancée Tina, how she made the situation even worse by apparently getting mad at him for not resolving the controversies more quickly, ultimately stressing him even more than he already was.
Like doing a stream, and then I left. I go to the kitchen. I see her sitting on the couch like screaming and crying. And I'm pissed off because like I'm trying to focus, get work done.
He also accused her of secretly recording one of their arguments, which he felt was highly immoral.
I was fucking pissed. I was just like mad because I'm trying to fucking figure everything out in like an impossible situation. You know, trying to get things back to normal so that like we could live a normal fucking life. And she repays me by recording me in my house without my knowledge. She sends it to my parents. She sends it to friends. She sends it to people who are associated with Hive Mind.
He ended this segment about Tina by disclosing that she apparently called the cops on him and got him arrested for domestic violence, when all he wanted was to end the relationship and to make her leave.
I pay the bills for this entire place, you know, like I'm keeping it up. You don't contribute shit to the equation. Get out. She calls the cops on me and they have me arrested for domestic.
Now, Brad was likely hoping to farm sympathy points with this video. Why else would he share such a massive part of his private life that no one was asking him about? His relationship was a thing of the past. The viewers had moved on by this point. Even if we give him the benefit of doubt, this was still a case of extreme oversharing with the internet, and maybe Brad would have actually received the sympathy he was looking for, if not for the fact that his entire story was manipulated to throw all of the blame on Tina and make himself look like the ultimate victim. Something about this video felt disingenuous, especially when the true feelings slipped out, like when he insinuated that getting disowned by Hive Mind, a music YouTube channel he collaborated with, after Tina sent them the recordings, was worse than losing his partner of 5 years.
It's one thing like losing your partner, it's another thing like with losing Hive Mind.
This hinted at the possibility that he never truly cared about Tina in the first place, which, in turn, called his entire story into question. Luckily, fans didn't have to wait long to hear the other side of the story from Tina. A day later, Tina came forward on Twitter in a response to this video, writing, "Might be time to deplatform my abuser," and honestly, he's doing a pretty good job of deplatforming himself. In other words, Tina essentially accused Brad of being the abuser instead of the victim he was making himself out to be. Later the same day, she came out with a much more detailed thread going over her experience and why she stayed quiet all this time, stating, "I'm sifting through the many notes, audio recordings and screenshots I have dating back to 2019. I'm not sure how much I want to share, if any. Please understand, I spent 5 years with this person, and he was paying me to work with/for him for less than 2 years of that. I do not want him to hurt himself, and I do not want to get into legal trouble. I have been silent for the past year because I wanted to see him get better, and I desperately wanted to move forward with my life after spending half of my 20s being abused. It's clear he still wants to punish me for the consequences of his own actions. This is not a new thing for me, as he did that the entire length of our relationship. After almost 6 years of trying my hardest to protect him, despite the abuse, I just don't have it in me anymore. I am not a public person, never have been. I am trying to handle things in the best way that I can. Right now, I just need time to figure out the best way to move forward. I don't have anything compiled or prepared, because revisiting it is incredibly triggering. Put simply, she went through a lot, and was still on the fence about taking part in a drama about a relationship she escaped months ago. The internet, on the other hand, was quick to make a decision. Given the strange tone of Brad's video and his previous actions, many believed that Tina was the one telling the truth, resulting in overwhelming support for her and just as intense backlash for Brad. A big part of this also stemmed from his own fans who'd seen Tina in the background of his content countless times, recognizing that she was far from the bad person Brad was making her out to be, with one such comment on Reddit stating, "We really went from Brad being an up-and-coming reviewer with a unique persona and good audience engagement on stream, to him being a domestic abuser lolcow. This is somehow a little bit worse if you've watched his content in the past. Tina, his now ex, was legitimately one of the most supportive people I've ever seen. Ever. She would help him out on stream, talk to chat, bring him food, managed his socials for a while during/after he got hacked, and defended him tooth and nail in her personal account many times. It was beyond a, oh, he's my partner and I got to support him thing. She actually did everything in her power to make things better and easier for him. I can't imagine what the F he was thinking when doing all of this. He was even dropped by his label Flex Entertainment on the same day. This only added more fuel to the fire, burning a hole through Brad's reputation. After all, why would a company remove one of its biggest moneymakers if he was innocent? Surprisingly, Brad's reaction to all of this was far more level-headed than anyone would have expected, or at least that's how it started out, and then became progressively worse with each passing day. On the 27th of July, he uploaded a new video titled Just 2. This was a direct follow-up to his SI video, and while he didn't address the allegations directly, he did admit that his previous video was terrible in all regards.
I released a video a few days ago, and it was something that was called SI, and it was supposed to be talking about my experience with, you know, battling through all this mental health shit for the last year, and it was a fucking terrible idea. The video ended up being extremely exploitative of my ex.
He also apologized to his audience and announced a year-long break away from the internet.
I am going to disappear for a year, and see around this time next year if I'm ready to try again. Because I'm clearly not ready for this, and I am rightfully being called out for honestly just terrible behavior, extremely irresponsible behavior. And I'd like to give just a, I would like to just say sorry.
Now, Tina never liked the idea of opening herself up to the internet in the first place. She just wanted to move on with her life, as evident from her next couple of tweets, reading, "I've decided that I'm not going to speak publicly on the Brad situation beyond these tweets. I just want to close this chapter and move on with my life. The only thing I want to clarify based on things I've seen being discussed is that he never hit me or physically abused me, and I'm going to continue silently rooting for his rehabilitation and working on healing the wounds that this whole recent situation reopened. Thanks again for all the support and kindness." And as much as the internet might have wanted to make Brad pay for whatever wrong he did in their relationship, it was ultimately Tina's decision to pursue that outcome or not. So had things ended here, the controversy likely would have blown over in days. But knowing Brad, that was never going to happen. He has a habit of continuing to make things worse for himself. And sure enough, that's exactly what he did this time around as well. His year-long break didn't even last 10 days. He was back to streaming and making videos on August 4th, and not with his usual content involving reviewing music. Instead, this one was a 50-minute freestyle rap session about how horrible Tina was.
Cause of the shit that she would say, just to ruin my fucking day. My God, telling you, it's like blackmail on my iPod on repeat, man. She was letting people think that I beat her just so that.
He likely saw Tina back down and interpreted her patience as cowardice, giving him the confidence to come back just to mock and belittle her further. But this was a step too far, and the viewers were having none of it. Man made a 50-minute diss track on a woman he abused. What the actual F? Now he's in the career nerfing stage. This guy is far gone from getting help. I'm sick to my stomach that I was a fan of this guy. The backlash was intense enough that he went back to his default setting of looking miserable and gaslighting his audience. On August 5th, he uploaded yet another video titled My Statement, trying to explain his side of the story once again. And just like before, it was filled with nothing more than lies and gaslighting, with him literally opening the video with his victimhood complex.
So, let me start this very dramatic speech by saying that the last week or two, I haven't even been keeping track, the last week or two, it's really hurt.
This was also the video where Brad dropped the mask entirely and then tried to justify his verbal abuse by, get this, claiming that he's just a naturally loud person.
Like, when I get very angry or even excited or just anything, like, I get very loud. Like, I use my voice and the volume of it to really express it. So basically, for me though, like, my family, everyone I've been around my whole life is loud. They talk over each other, they yell at each other, but they never mean anything bad by it, so I never really saw anything wrong with it. They're just trying to be heard and get their point across and, you know, show their emotions. And so that's like me when I'm yelling.
Fed up with his BS and constant narrative twisting, Tina finally made the tough decision to go full scorched earth on Brad. So on August 6th, she gave the YouTuber, the Op Block, full permission to release the recordings of the incident that led to Brad's arrest. And they were far worse than anyone could have imagined. But before we get into the actual recordings, there's some important context we have to understand. First of which is that this incident took place not long after the controversy about Brad essentially scamming his editor, which is why Brad tried to present Tina as the abuser by accusing her of stressing him out and making his already tough situation worse. Secondly, Tina made 2 recordings, one of the incident that led up to his arrest and another of the events leading up to it. And to say that Brad sounds like an unhinged maniac in both would be a severe understatement. Before we go any further, I just want to give a quick trigger warning to anyone sensitive to yelling and verbal abuse. From here on, the video does get quite disturbing. It starts with Tina trying to groom her 2 dogs, when, out of nowhere, Brad starts pestering her about what she was thinking.
My own head. I'm just thinking.
Yeah.
Literally just
Real.
while I'm brushing my dogs, I'm just thinking. And you are asking me what I'm thinking about and not letting me not tell you. You are not letting me have privacy in my own.
And as she refuses to engage in his nonsensical hang-ups, Brad begins freaking out and yelling at her, calling her all sorts of names and practicing every single gaslighting technique in his arsenal.
So if you say something to me, if I say something...
No, if you want to be combative, we can continue being combative because clearly you are not paying enough attention to this conversation.
I'm just trying to understand. So if
How about you stop doing what you're doing with the dogs, look at me in the eyes, and just tell me the truth, Tina.
The truth he's talking about here is literally nothing. It's not like Tina was hiding some big secret from him that he had to know, but even if she was, his behavior from here on would still be classified as completely appalling.
Without being a sarcastic bitch, look at me in the eyes and tell me the truth.
With him threatening to call the cops and to make up lies to get her removed from the home they have a shared lease on.
You can honest to God get the out of my house.
Both of our names are on the lease. So that's not going to happen. And also, you are not
I'm
entitled...
going to call the police.
Yeah,
I will get you out of here. I will make a story up. I will get you out of here,
both
Tina.
of our names are on the lease, so you will not be doing that. And
I will say my partner has been emotionally abusive and I've asked her to leave many times. And despite the fact that I have no support system, she has refused to leave and has continued to emotionally abuse me.
And when Tina finally broke down, he immediately switched back to gaslighting and started accusing her of acting like the criminal in true crime videos.
you're not treating me like a partner.
You're looking around looking for excuses, Tina. I literally am watching your body
I
language.
can't look in your
You
eyes.
look like one of those freaks on the fucking interrogation videos.
I can't look in your
Every single thing you're doing is full of shit. You're literally acting like the fucking criminals there, Tina. Like every action. I could record it. And it would be like, Tina's looking to the left while immediately, oh, he asks a question and her eyes are moving around as she's looking quickly for an answer.
I have trouble with eye
because she
contact.
has no, oh no you don't,
Yes,
Tina.
I do.
You are a lying, manipulative person.
However, all of this paled in comparison to the horrors she went through in the second recording, just a while later.
You are one of my abusers, so I can damn right do that to you. I can kick you the fuck out of here for what the fuck you've done to me. You've destroyed me.
What? How? All I've ever wanted to do is support
Stop lying to me for once. Look at me in the eyes and stop lying to me. Stop being such a wimp.
All I've ever
Look at me and accept what you have done to me. Do you see where I've become?
Where Brad continued the trend of blaming her for everything wrong in his life.
You've killed me. You promised me everything. You lied to me.
Before turning into a cartoonishly evil villain.
Look at me in the eyes and say that again. Look at me. Tell me. Tell me. Tell me what the fuck you just said. Tell me.
And attempting to kick her out again.
Get out of my house. Get out of my fucking house.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't.
You're trying to.
Don't.
These few minute-long recordings debunked every lie Brad had been spewing about Tina about his domestic violence arrest over the past couple of weeks. They were the final straw for the few fans who were still waiting for the full story. There was no justification for his behavior, and he knew this all too well. So, in a last-ditch effort to save some of his reputation, he uploaded another video titled Sorry. Now, at this stage, no amount of apologizing could fix the damage. Even then, him pulling out an apology ukulele would have been better than what we actually got. Despite everything that went down, despite everyone seeing his true face and no one standing by his side, Brad still tried to play the victim card.
See, I'm really scared of her because she's smarter than me. When our relationship, like, I'm younger than her, and I never really had a strong foundation, like at home.
Right alongside the mandatory tears to farm sympathy from anyone gullible enough to still believe him.
Getting a YouTube channel at like 17 years old and then becoming like really big, like that like fucks with your head and your ego. And yeah, she was a victim of that, absolutely. And right now she is getting the support that she deserves. And again, if you're just hate watching this, she is in a horrible situation right now.
Something I haven't mentioned till now is that starting with the SI video, Brad kept deleting everything he posted just hours later, and the sorry video was no different. Now, there were some rumors that his channel got hacked, especially since someone posted a Google Drive link on his community tab containing the two recordings right after, though it's also possible that this was the work of one of his moderators who still had access to the channel. In either case, one thing is super clear. No one likes Brad anymore. The little support he had left after the previous round of controversies is gone as well, replaced by mountains of hate from former fans who feel terrible for supporting an abuser in the past. The best course of action for Brad now would be to quit the internet and leave permanently. As a commenter puts it, he's not sorry for anything he did, he's just sorry he got caught. If he even felt remotely sorry, he'd quit the self-victimizing act, leave her alone already, and just abandon the internet altogether. Otherwise, he'll keep getting raked over the coals for the rest of his life, just like Pirate Software, who will never regain the support and trust he once had. Click the video on screen to find out more. What possesses someone to go through a transformation as drastic as Zac Efron? He went from being a teenage heartthrob to getting absolutely shredded with chiseled abs to looking like a Temu version Ken doll, and eventually ending up as a hulking bodybuilder, all in the span of just 20 years. For most other actors, extreme changes like these are either the results of them taking on roles that demand a new look, like Chris Pratt going from cuddly comedic fellow on Parks and Rec to achieving the classic Marvel hero physique, or they're the unfortunate consequences of an aging celebrity trying to look younger with plastic surgeries and it backfiring spectacularly. However, neither of these is true when it comes to Zac Efron. His is the story of an actor trying to escape the curse of typecasting.
It was nothing against the project. I think Footloose will make a fantastic movie, but I'm looking for a new challenge.
Trying to become something more than the perfect Disney prince for millions of teenage girls. And trying to be appreciated for more than just his body.
Thank you so much to my fans.
But failing to do so every single time, even if these attempts came with an immense physical and psychological toll.
I realized that, like, when I was done with that movie, I don't ever want to be in that good a shape again. Really. It's like, it was so hard. You're working with almost no wiggle room, right? You've got things like water under your skin that you're worrying about, like making your 6-pack into a 4-pack, shit like that. That's just like not, it's just stupid.
Hi, I'm the Internet Anarchist. I create weekly YouTube documentaries, and today we're taking a closer look at the strange and, at times, downright bizarre transformations of Zac Efron. What pushed him to make these changes over the years? And, as you'll see by the end of this video, how the explanation for his drastic transformation might be a cover story rather than the truth. Zachary David Alexander Efron began his acting career in the early 2000s with minor guest roles in shows like The Guardian, ER, and Firefly. However, despite his decent acting chops and even landing a recurring role on WB's Summerland, he never achieved major success. Sure, his career was on the rise, but nothing too significant. That is, until a single movie role changed his life forever and turned him into a household name. In 2006, Zach was cast as Troy Bolton in a Disney Channel television movie called High School Musical, a soft, kind-hearted basketball jock who feels conflicted between his scholarship-winning sports career and music. And to say that this movie was a success would be a gross understatement. It became a cultural phenomenon, drawing in hundreds of millions of viewers worldwide, with its soundtrack becoming the best-selling album of 2006. What made this success even crazier was the fact that it wasn't just a fluke. The sequel in 2007 became the most watched TV movie ever, while the third entry was released in theaters and earned over $90 million in its first 3 days, breaking the record for the largest opening weekend for a musical film. These 3 movies turned Zach from a relatively unknown up-and-coming actor to a global movie star with a fan base in the millions. However, what started as a dream come true quickly turned into an inescapable nightmare, one that Zach's been trying to escape to this day. And the first reason for this nightmare was the type of attention he was getting from everyone around him, especially older women. You see, while his acting and musical ability in High School Musical were certainly notable, the thing that shot his popularity through the roof was his looks. Many saw him as not the actor for Troy Bolton, but as Troy Bolton himself, with some interviewers going as far as openly flirting with him on air.
Quite stunning in real life, I must say.
Oh,
No,
thank you.
That sounds really odd. Very odd, but the guys back home, they said to me, oh, you've got to flirt with Zac Efron and everything, and I'm like, God, I'm like 10 years older than him.
Check it
actually,
off.
a bit older than that, probably. So do you like older women?
Absolutely. Man, you haven't seen 17 again, obviously.
No matter what he said or did, the conversation always circled back to his appearance. This obsession even followed him into his career as well, where the only roles he could land were the ones that relied heavily on his looks. Now, to an outsider, this sounds like the ideal scenario. He could just keep doing what he was already well known for and make millions in the process. But for Zach, getting typecast as yet another musical heartthrob was far from what he wanted his career to be. The Troy Bolton image had become a cage he was desperate to escape, so much so that he even turned down the Footloose remake to avoid getting boxed in that type of role.
It was nothing against the project. I think Footloose will make a fantastic movie, but I'm looking for a new challenge.
This even became the driving force behind his first major transformation, from wholesome teenage pretty boy to rugged muscular man. Though this transition was anything but smooth. It started with him taking on more serious and emotional roles in movies like 17 Again and Charlie St. Cloud. He also packed on a ton of muscle for his role as a Navy SEAL in The Lucky One, which was an action romance drama of sorts. Zach was determined to reinvent himself as someone completely unrecognizable from Troy Bolton, an ambition that culminated in his insane transformation for the movie Baywatch in 2017. He put on a reported 10 pounds of lean muscle mass in just 12 weeks for this role alongside The Rock. And while fans were certainly shocked to see him alter himself to this extent, it didn't bring the career shift he was looking for. All of these roles were complete disasters that failed to impress both the critics and the audiences. Well, as long as they helped shift the spotlight away from Zach's looks and towards his acting, they would have accomplished their goal. Unfortunately for Zach, he couldn't outrun the role Hollywood had assigned to him. All his transformation did was redirect the focus from his face to his physique.
I know that a lot of ladies have crushes on you, and when we were watching the movie, and I don't get like this either. Like, I'm not like, oh my god, I love Brad Pitt, oh my god, I love this person. It's not me. I never had a poster of a guy on my wall. I never, like, I had pictures of animals on my wall in high school. Like, I never was like, oh my god, I think he's so hot. You are, though.
Oh, wow, thank you.
And when you took off your shirt in the movie.
To make matters worse, his transformation for Baywatch was incredibly taxing for him, both physically and mentally. Difficult workouts and strict diets are one thing, but Zach had to go above and beyond for this role. He spent much of the movie's filming in a constant state of dehydration to make his muscles look more defined, and even admitted to taking diuretics medication, which helped him lower the amount of fluids in his body even more. He later revealed the side effects of his drastic transformation in an interview with Men's Health, stating, "I started to develop insomnia and I fell into a pretty bad depression for a long time. Something about that experience burned me out. I had a really hard time recentering. It took months of recovery just to regain a semblance of normalcy, but even then, he was never as healthy as he once was," raising the question of whether any of it was worth it at all. The only silver lining here was that his fans, many of whom grew up admiring his looks, were now aware of the struggles happening behind the curtains, with comments like, "I'm glad he's now doing what works best for him. The extreme diets and crazy workout routines are never worth it," and "Poor Zach, I feel like he's gotten so much flack/attention for his looks," which obviously makes him uncomfortable both ways. As for Zach himself, Baywatch left him completely burnt out from body transformations, so he decided to focus on his craft instead. January of 2019 saw the release of Zach's newest movie called Extremely Wicked, Shockingly Evil and Vile, documenting the life of the infamous serial killer Ted Bundy. This was an accurately creepy depiction of the deranged killer from Zach, and more importantly, it was a complete departure from the more whimsical Troy Bolton adjacent roles he did in.
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar. I want to ask you all a very simple and honest question. Who do you think has more value to the world, a Discord moderator or a Reddit moderator? If your answer is, oh, Muta, this is a trick question, neither. Well, your answer is actually wrong today, ladies and gentlemen. And I love all my Discorders and Redditors, I guess I would say. But Discord was used in the last couple days to elect a leader for a country, okay? Insanity! Now, I brought this up to my parents, I brought this up to my significant other, I brought this up to my brother, and everyone said, "You're crazy," until I showed them exactly what I'm about to show you guys right now. Now, you might go on the internet and see Nepal is currently being run via Discord after a Gen Z uprising. Now, I talked about this a few days ago, ladies and gentlemen, where, again, people were being killed for the censorship of social media. Now, in that video, I talked a lot about Nepal, right? And how basically overnight their government decided to censor social media services. And, people obviously retaliated. Now, I want to give you guys a little bit of context to this story that actually brings up to why protests occurred. So, because social media started to get banned, a lot of people in South Asia in general, not just Nepal, use social media. So you started to see young kids walking around with banners like Gen Z against corruption, and most importantly, nepotism, okay? No more Nepo babies. We demand fair opportunities. Now, in the research for this video, I found out that apparently in Nepal, 33% of their gross domestic product is from remittances. Now, if you don't know what a remittance is, basically it's, people who send money back home. Whether they have family, whether they have loved ones, whatever the reason may be, people send money to family back home. It just kind of happens, all right? It's happened for a long time. But when your gross domestic product is propped up, at least a third of it, by money coming in abroad, that's a pretty dangerous situation. It really turned out that for a lot of people in Nepal, there weren't a lot of jobs or opportunities for younger people. For a country where earning $1,400 a year is average, not a month, a year, just imagine for a minute, if you live in North America, what the fuck would you do if all you earned was $1,400 for the entire year, okay? That is not just below the poverty line, that is at the fucking core of the earth. So when these kids are earning that much a year, and they see some fucking Nepo kid with connections possibly driving around, even if it's like an entry-ass level Mercedes-Benz, okay? The fucking station wagon looking motherfucker that I see on the street sometimes. That, for these kids, is kind of like looking at a fucking Ferrari, okay? It's unattainable. When you see that level of wealth disparity, you're gonna get a little fucking mad. So I wanted to provide that context for the protests. And thankfully, there have been some YouTubers like We Hate the Cold where they actually showcase these things happening. These kids are out on the streets literally lighting the fucking government on fire because they're pissed, okay? The government tried to take away their social media so they couldn't fucking talk about their leaders or the people at the top, okay? Literally, the people at the top were just afraid of that level of criticism. When people start to think, when people start to wake up a little bit, that scares the elite at the top. It's pretty much the same for the entire world, right? So anyways, when that had occurred and people had started actually going out and protesting, unfortunately, in a protest, people started dying. Now, last time I looked at this, we were looking at a death count probably around 19. The death count, unfortunately, until the very end of this, was around 51 total deaths. So 51 people had to die for a country to actually experience some level of regime change. Now, whether this is effective in the future, I don't fucking know, okay? I really hope the best for everyone. That's how I live my life. I hope and pray for the best for literally every single person, okay? That's all I can hope for. Now, obviously, you might be like, that's a pretty fucking naive way to look at life. And I do tend to agree, okay? But that's just how I mentally cope with this kind of stuff. Anyways, how did this election occur? Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you look at how the protests were happening, well, you can see very closely that, yeah, they were lighting shit up on fire. You had a whole bunch of people out on the streets. This makes almost any other protest that I've seen look like baby cakes. Now, you see that guy down there putting something up at the gate? Well, ladies and gentlemen, looking closer at what got put up on the gate is actually fucking hilarious. That, my friends, is the pirate flag. I forget exactly which one from fucking One Piece. The country is being run like a Warhammer 40K server at this point. So, of course, where did the Discord claim come in? Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is a group called Protest Against Corruption. Our motto: spread proper, verified updates, protect protesters by sharing emergency resources, connect the youth and international supporters, and show the world what is happening. And you know what? Honestly, that's one of the reasons I want to make this video, because I think what I'm showing you guys is fucking crazy. And I'm actually kind of surprised. Like, I'm not a political commentator kind of guy. I don't really jump into this realm. I know I've kind of talked a bit more about it than usual, mostly because of the whole Epstein stuff. But for me, I'm kind of fucking surprised how some of my contemporaries, I guess a lot's going on, haven't discussed this, because this is literally a revolution caught on camera, caught on Discord. So the more you go down over here, you can see that they talk about September 9th, they talk about the protest days. You know, they literally tell you the key events on September 9th. Machine guns were deployed. Balin Shah joins protests. KP Ollie reigns. Regins. I think there's some spelling mistakes. I think what's happening is they're writing it in Nepali and then converting it into like English. So there's going to be some obvious issues that come out here, okay? And I'm not going to hold it against them. So of course, they say they're not affiliated with any party. And so when you scroll all the way to the top, they actually have a Discord link right here. So you can go to their Discord link, you can even accept the invite, but actually the invite doesn't work because they have it entirely on pause. Now my brother joined into this and it was pretty informal. You just had a whole bunch of people sort of talking and deliberating on Discord. I mean, it's crazy with some of the screenshots that have actually come out looking at it. It almost feels completely surreal. But of course, if you look at their vote, ladies and gentlemen, you can see right over here that moderator Jalebi, which is a delicious sweet emanating from South Asia, you can see the votes here. So out of 7,713 votes, and by the way, one of the big criticisms was because it was on fucking Discord with no like ID verification, anybody could have jumped in here. Dude, my brother could have jumped in here as a Canadian and voted for a Nepali interim president or prime minister. So you can see like 50% was this Sushila Karki. You got Harka Sampang, you've got Sagar Dako, you've got random Nepali, 26%, Mahavir Pun at 4%. So again, you know, I just want to say something. I didn't capture the screenshot, but this is how things happen. People went on Discord, they voted in this Discord, and then the name, which was Sushila Karki. So for anybody that doesn't know what this name is, I'm going to bring her up real quick. This is who she is. She's a 73-year-old judge that the entire country considers to be a good person, okay? This is a good person. This is the good. So they took her name, they went to the military, and they presented it, and she actually went through a swearing session. Well, she was sworn in, and now she's the interim prime minister, of course, obviously, until she can now host another vote. So for people to wonder, okay, is this the next prime minister? Well, technically she is. Her name was brought in. She's actually the first female prime minister, which is another fucking world-setting historical event for these people, okay? They vote via Discord. First female prime minister. I mean, if they're going to be teaching history in this world, and they're going to be this is going to be in the history books. This is how insane it is, okay? The 20s, for how fucked up they are, is so insane. So obviously, for the people that started the revolution, right? Obviously, you know, it's either, you have two options. You either win the revolution, or the military comes in and butt fucks you so hard up the ass you never even think about revolting to begin with. So the Nepalis revolted and they won. I want to tell you how this sort of began, okay? People were pissed off about their conditions, rightfully so. You know, they could bitch and moan on X, on Facebook, on Twitter, on Blue Sky, whatever social media they chose to pick your poison. They wanted to complain. The government was like, "Oh no, we gotta take that away from you." And these guys got fucking pissed. Not only did they get pissed, but they got violently pissed. And unfortunately, as sad as it is to say, people did die during it. That's unfortunately what happens in uprisings, protests, any form of movement like this, by the way, especially something like this. When you've got the palace set on fire, you know that there have been lives lost. But ultimately, a lot of these younger kids moved their discussions to Discord. And to be fair with you, it's not shocking. You know, if you think about it, social media and what it is, like for all of its ills, it's the greatest way for people to converge together and have a discussion. And it times well with Discord, you know, raising their server limits to like some crazy amount now. So now people can come together, discuss and converge about their government in real time. So much in real time that people from all over the world can really just jump in and observe this as well too. And they're doing votes in here. And those votes are being passed to the military, to the government, to create an interim government that will then hopefully give these people some change in the future. And you know what? I don't think I have much Nepali viewership, but I think this is a story the entire world can kind of learn from, you know? It's goofy, but in a lot of ways, it's a positive story because ultimately it seems a lot of positive, meaningful change has happened. Now, I don't know much about this judge, but if the youth is regarding her as a clean bill of health for the country, then I think things are going to go well. Okay, obviously she's got some challenges going forward. She's got to put back this country together. She's got to get rid of all this corruption. She's got to get rid of all this nonsense. But for once, it seems like Discord users, Discord as a platform was used to help elect change in a separate country, dude. Wow. You know, when you really say things out loud, it like just it settles. It like, whoa, okay, you gotta, whoa, crazy shit. But I wanna kind of show you guys before I leave something about like what was going on. So if you look closely into these Discord servers, right? This is again from an article where they're like, when gamers took the street. And I mean, that's the thing about this too, right? Like, obviously, I don't endorse everything that was on these Discord servers. It was used to present a name to the military, but there was a lot of stuff on these Discord groups that, you know, could possibly be promoting that of violence, right? So again, you know, this is a place where a lot of fed up individuals who clearly were passionate about their country came together and wanted some change. And of course, the way you go about that change, sometimes it really isn't all that clean, okay? You can go and look at this for yourself. And one of the reasons why I think their server is actually invite only at this moment in time is because, you know, now that the dust is sort of settled, right? A lot of a lot of reporters, right, who are like, I want to see what the revolution looks like on Discord. Maybe there's going to be a lot of cleanup going on. You know, a lot of let's keep the violence out of general chat, please. You know, I agree a lot with you with what you're saying, pal, but we gotta stick to the rules. I feel like there's going to be a lot of Janies that come in and clean shit up. But that's just my assumption for it. Look, at the end of the day, change has been enacted, and Discord is the primary tool. You can't take that away from them. God damn. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the Nepali protests, they are wild. So ladies and gentlemen, if you guys like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I am out. Alright. Italian brain rot. Ooh boy. You know, ladies and gentlemen, I feel old. I'll be real. I feel like at this point I've peaked. I don't resonate with the children these days. I don't get what it's like to be young anymore. You know, I'm going to start off with just feeling old right now. Okay, back in the day, you know, one of the things that was really popular on YouTube, like when the site first launched, was YouTube poops, okay? Now, if you're my age, you've probably seen a lot of YouTube poops, okay? Not the recent stuff, I'm talking about really old shit. People would just take, you know, images and like, people would just literally take like clips from like TV shows and edit memes and all this crazy shit on top of it. And obviously it didn't have to make any form of sense. It literally just existed to be brain rot, okay? And that's the word for today. Now, I didn't know this, but apparently Oxford Dictionary has like brain rot written into it, which was their word of the year, okay? Brain rot for 2024. What is brain rot? Our experts noticed that brain rot gained new prominence this year as a term used to capture concerns about the impact of consuming excessive amounts of low-quality online content, especially on social media. Now, brain rot is a problem for sure. And obviously, you know, it doesn't even extend to just anything. You know, one of the original creepypastas that I think I read on my channel was Hotel Mario, the 13th Hotel. Somebody took the CDI images from like a Hotel Mario game and made that shit look like a horror experience, right? So you've got Luigi spiked and impaled, and Mario going, "Oh, that's my brother. He's gone and dead." Obviously, look, 2 years ago, we talked about Skibbity Toilet. And, you know, it gained prominence. You know, Da Fuck Boom has 46.5 million subscribers. And as of 3 weeks ago, 15 million people tuned in to updates on the Skibbity universe. Now, obviously, look, Skibbity is no joke. There is a lot of effort put into it. You know, whether you want to say it's just source filmmaker slop, there's no way you can deny that, at least for some people, this is a cinematic experience that will be remembered for ages. I'm sure somewhere in the zeitgeist, this will remain. But obviously for today, what I started laughing at was a phenomenon known as Italian brain rot. Now, you don't know anything about Italian brain rot, just look it up on YouTube for a second. I swear to God, it is the easiest cheat code for viewership, because at least with like Skibbity Toilet, you had to take like Half-Life 2 and source filmmaker assets. Here, using the power of AI generation, we now have songs like Tralalero Tralala, the Italian brain rot song. So I guess maybe we should take a listen to it a little bit. It's only 1 minute and 12 seconds. So about the average, you know, TikTok attention span. Let's check it out.
Tralalero, tralala, shark with blue shoes, slides through the sea like he's...
I don't think You know I'm laughing so much? It's because I know for a fact in some fucking Olive Garden somewhere, there's like a 5-year-old on their fucking iPad watching this dog shit. It's so crazy, man. It's so insane. Obviously, if you look into the comment section for this too, I think you can tell people are having a laugh. Finally, a song I can play at my wedding and your divorce on the same day. This is exactly why aliens don't come to planet Earth. What is 44 is the best part? Whoa, Speed needs to calm the fuck down. He's about to lose it over an AI banana. Now, maybe like, all right, hold on a minute. Is this just music? No. If you look carefully at it, this is 18 million views 4 months ago, okay? So this is like very, very up there. A month ago, Soda Pop and Italian Brain Rot, official version apparently, 20 million. And you might be like, what are all these fucking characters, Muda? Where do they even come from? Now, if you're somebody that plays Roblox, you probably have heard of games like Steal a Brain Rot, which is where the popularity for some of this stuff comes from. Apparently, millions of users. Right now, there is 1 million active users stealing these brain rot characters in their game, okay? And it's not just Roblox, it's Fortnite, anything with a creative mode attracts this sort of slop. But the thing is, look, man, I'm not here to like shit on anybody's like brain rot. Like I said, I grew up with YouTube poops, okay? Some kids grew up with Skibbity Toilet. Now kids are growing up with brain rot, Italian brain rot. So what are the characters behind the Italian brain rot? So on one article from a week ago, don't look now, but there's an AI-generated Italian teacup on your child's phone. What does it mean? In the first half of 2025, she racked up over 55 million views on TikTok and 4 million likes, mostly from tweens glued to their cell phone. You know, people are always like, I don't think AI is going to take over, Muda. Come on. Bro, 55 million views on TikTok in the first half of 2025, an AI teacup. Guaranteed all this person did was go to ChatGPT and it's like, generate me a sexy ass Italian teacup in animated style. The video generated while they went and jerked off in a corner, came back, uploaded that shit on fucking TikTok and went viral. It's like the ASMR glass cutting shit. I'm sorry to say, maybe it speaks to my fucking character and intellectual capacity, but sometimes I stop scrolling when I come across that. My brain is entirely open to being fucking rotted. Now, of course, thankfully, one of the things that exists about this is at least the Namu Wiki, which at least explains what all these characters are, okay? So let's line up. The apex brain rot character is tralalero tralala. And of course, the motives here is a shark that is wearing Nikes. It is a shark character with 3 legs and with Nike sneakers. At the beginning of the Italian brain not meme, part of the explanation was incorporated by the settings, enjoying Fortnite as a hobby. Now, what is the lore or backstory to this character? Not entirely sure. Really, the closest thing to understand the backstory of the shark is, I'm going to try to approach this in a poetic manner. Because we're looking at an AI-generated character, I'm going to first time just use the AI-generated overview. Tralalero Tralala is a character whose origin story involves a dead shark who was brought back to life by a prisoner who then stole his shoes to save him. The shark makes a home in the shoes and eventually grows huge. While this is a Italian brain rot character, his actual origin is a popular TikTok trend that combines elements from the sound originally created by a user known as EasyBurger401 and AI-generated sharks wearing Nike shoes. And again, that was gained from this video by a YouTube user known as Brianna Plays. And I'm sure this is probably like an AI-generated human centipede feedback anus loop that has probably given the same story to us, all right? Simple as that. Of course, the other characters are Bombardiro Crocodile, which is a fucking B-52 crocodile AI bomber, okay? God damn, just from World War II. And of course, the next one is where we go a little bit, foreign. This is Tung Sahur. Now, from what I understand, this is apparently a character based from Islamic heritage. So sahur is basically another word for sari, which is like that morning meal during the month of Ramadan. And that's about all I can get out of it. This character is actually somehow so much more popular that there is actually even talks about having an individual movie based on him. Like this viral TikTok meme, Tung Sahur, is being adapted into a film by D Company, a production house behind films like Vina Sebelum Sebenhari and Dosen Gabe Sudamalam Atu Sudatahu. I'm sure they almost sound pornographic to me, but they're actually, it's crazy when like production houses are now making maybe it's not so much different than shit like the Slender Man movie or actually, I'm not even going to say that. Those movies had like a story to it. This, I don't even understand how you can generate a story off of like AI slop. It's just insanity. Of course, then you've got Lirili Larila, which is again a elephant with a cactus body wearing sandals. And then of course you've got Brr Patapim handing them out for free. And he's from the Kingdom of Predators. What the fuck, dude? Chimpanzini Bananini. Okay, you've got like a chimpanzee that's a banana. You've got Bombompini Gusini. Oh, this is even wilder. Cappuccino Assassino. I can't, dude. I can't. It's just, you know what I feel? I feel like I'm a war photographer or something. Like, actually, no. I feel like I'm a human being and I crash landed on an alien planet and I'm trying to fucking understand life itself. Bro, for the first time in my life, I think I genuinely do. I'm not even joking when I say this. I actually feel old. Okay, when I see things like La Vaca Saturno Saturnita, fucking cow with big old feet, that's a planet. What? The sound of your fear. I actually am in fear. And of course, one of the most popular characters, and before you ask, there's probably rule 34 of this, Ballerina Cappuccino, okay? Apparently there's motherfuckers who enjoy looking at a goddamn ballerina cup that is a cappuccino. And that's really kind of all it just comes down to. Everything else is usually just a variant. Like, you know, if you want to just look at how brain rotted things get, you know, just imagine combining all of this shit into one character. I mean, I want to actually fucking throw up looking at this. Now, because this is such a new trend, ladies and gentlemen, to give you an idea, Italian brain rot is so popular now, at least, that what has kind of happened is, you know, when something gets like a Wikipedia page, you know it's pretty goddamn real. The closest analog to this, in my opinion, the stuff that this reminds me of, is one Reddit that I used to like actually go to when I really just wanted to turn my brain off. For anybody that doesn't know, this is r/Arab funny. And if you ever wanted to see some halal memes, this is probably the closest thing to like equivalent brain rot. I mean, literally, it is just the closest brain rot that you can find. But at least this has some like logical sense sometimes to it, right? Like halal Peter Griffin can make sense. The fucking brain rot shark does not. Now, obviously, you might be wondering, Muda, is this safe for my children? Look, if you're asking me that, you've already fucking failed as a parent, okay? Let's just rip the fucking Band-Aid off right there. But one expert, for instance, at neonmusic.co.uk asks, is there cause for concern? Some experts aren't laughing. Cheryl Eskin, a family therapist and senior director at Didi Hirsch's Teen Line, describes Italian brain rot as digital cotton candy for the brain. Bro, I'm gonna be real. I think it's somehow healthier if you take like this tub of like gamer sups, you know, you just like unbox it, you know, take out a line or something and just snort it. Not that I promote that by any chance. Somehow I think that might be healthier for your brain and body than constantly seeing this. It may be funny now, but if consumed in excess, it could affect focus. emotional regulation, and how kids engage with more grounded media. You know, I don't think kids who are like fucking watching this kind of stuff unironically are at that stage where they're gonna appreciate things at the Louvre or anything of that nature. There's the content itself. While much of it is harmless absurdity, some clips have sparked criticism for their use of religious blasphemy and violent parody. The Bambarino Crocodilo character has been linked to memes referencing bombings. Oh boy. Yeah, you know what, to be honest with you, that's where the internet is now. And as wild as it is, look, I'll just say right now, the internet treating anything with civility and normality has never really existed. In fact, I think it's only ever gotten worse. But yeah, the level of brain rot that I'm seeing over here is not so much different than brain rot that I saw back in the day. I would say what's wild about it, though, it's at least brain rot back in the day usually took what was like human produced and kind of like regurgitated it around through, I would say, like YouTube poops were effortful. I'm not going to say that they weren't. There is effort in producing the lore for that. I'm not denying it. But making AI-generated Italian animal characters with crappy music behind it and just using it as memes it's kind of like the final stage of the internet collapse, I would say. Like there isn't really much further you can go from here. Ladies and gentlemen, tralalero tralala, the Italian brain rot song. Italian brain rot is like the cheat code. Like if you ever wanted to like achieve any form of internet virality, I mean, looking at all this, you can't go wrong, okay? Start covering, if you're some new YouTuber that's like, man, I want to tap into a market that just doesn't seem like it ends. It really seems like this is what's being pushed. Now, I don't know if it's YouTube pushing more AI shit onto its users or whatever, but this is just the state of where the world is at now, okay? The content farms on the internet have just devolved into this. You know, it used to be people looking at shit like Gacha Heat. It used to be people looking at skibbity toilets. Now we're fucking jerking off to ballerina teacups, all right? Maybe. Just maybe the world needs to fucking end. But there is lore for this now, and maybe it gets better, maybe it gets wilder, we'll see. You know, a month ago, a short came out, Italian brain rot children after exams. You know, AI stuff like this, 112 million views. And to be real with you, it's not just the videos. I have noticed that like literally every single ad I'm getting on YouTube now is just also AI slop. I feel like at this point, the internet, it's going to be harder to just find human-related shit at this point. You know, now I think the audience for this is slowly going to become machines. We need an internet too, okay? We need something to take over. But for now, at least you can appreciate that there is a new level of extreme brain rot out there. A brain rot to surpass even Skibbity Toilet. It's like Metal Gear Solid 5. You know that one part? It's like, Kaz, we found Cypher operating in Afghanistan. Apparently, they have a new level of brain rot. A brain rot to surpass even Skibbity Toilet. Fucking brain rot Snake wakes up after his coma. It's like, Kaz, I'm already brain dead. I want to fucking die. I'm out.
What if we took the most annoying puzzles on the internet and forced scammers to solve them?
Now fourth line, second word.
I see one! I see one! I see one!
It won't work!
Toe!
It won't work!
That's a word right there! Toe!
No, it's not gonna work!
That was the idea behind my recent Code Jam event. You have been tasked with creating infuriating, crazy, obnoxious, annoying, but believable.
It's so crazy, man. It's so insane. It's so crazy, man. It's so insane. Obviously, if you look into the comment section for this too, I think you can tell people are having a laugh. Finally, a song I can play at my wedding. Fucking iPad. There's like a 5-year-old.
Captchas. Book. Jump. What?
What noise does this animal make?
How can we get this animal?
We just have to focus up. We really need to lock in.
My team and I and everyone watching live scored over 80 submissions based on their creativity. Grill the items to perfection.
You burned it!
Technical skill, number of poops needed to pass. Okay, I do like this. Hookability. This is crazy! Style. Do not redeem. And humor. Which sound do you not believe came from a real bird? Okay.
You will now hear bird call number 4.
Real bird. Which sound do you not believe came from a real bird? Okay.
You will now hear bird call number 4.
Caw.
From those, we picked the top rated and forced scammers to solve them. More specifically, I made scammers believe they were about to steal $1 million worth of Bitcoin from this Kraken account, but right before they got the jackpot, the system hit them with one last step.
Click on the checkbox.
Can you do it for me? Hold on. Thank you.
He's falling for our trap.
Oh, this is easy. It's in the scan.
2 more remaining.
Whoa, that's moving quick. Did you see it?
Center.
Okay.
Okay, 1 more remaining.
Okay, we got this. This is the 8
Look
Bitcoin.
carefully, Professor. Which one do you think is it in?
It's on the right. I guarantee it.
Go for it.
Ah!
There you go.
Ah!
You're a
We
genius.
did it!
Perfect.
Wait.
फिर वही आ गया बहन की छूत. Click on I'm a human again.
An impossible series of puzzles designed by viewers like you guys to waste scammers' time and make them suffer.
Something easy will come up shortly.
Oh, surely. Yeah.
I'm trying to move my money out of my Kraken account because I don't want any of the hackers to get it.
Now do one thing, Richard, just go and check your router if you can see everything is right there or not, if there is any red light going on.
Okay, yeah, you want me to go over to What this fake crypto support agent doesn't know is that all of this Bitcoin is fake. Let me just get up out of my chair, and when you try to transfer it and walk over to the router downstairs, our captchas pop up. I don't see a red light on there. Should I have seen a red light? It's green. Should I come back up?
No, just give me a moment, Richard.
Okay, I'll stay downstairs then. All I have to do now is sit back and watch as the scammers slowly lose their mind trying to solve our impossible captchas. This is actually kind of funny because now he has to do it while I'm downstairs. Yeah, it's still green. It's flashing every once in a while. Do you need me to keep track of that?
Sir, because we are refreshing the network, that's the reason. It will take 2 or 3 minutes. So if you see any red light over there, you need to tell me.
Okay. Okay. It's supposed to be saying you burned it. But I think it's triggering that you burnt it over and over and over. He's trying. He's actually trying to cook it.
Just do one thing, quickly go to your computer.
Yeah, actually, I'm kind of comfortable here in my garage.
Yeah, sure, but now we have to work on the computer, so you have to go there.
I don't really want to work. I'm retired.
I'm sorry to give you the hassle, but, we have to work to make sure that it is good.
Have you ever played Simon Says before?
Once you're in front of the laptop, let me know.
Okay, what's this?
Can you do one thing? Can you just put this space into the middle?
Let's do this together. You click and I click, okay?
Yeah, sure.
But you gotta get it exactly. No, you're clicking too much. You're clicking too much. You're clicking too much! Wait! Ah! Oh, we did it.
Okay. It says select the displayed time. So you see a time over there?
Yeah, I can't tell time.
It says timed out. Okay.
What is clocks?
So you have to select it to 4. So the hour clock, okay, it's 9. It will time out again.
You were idle
Click on
for
OK.
too long. The capsule now.
Just take a look at the time. Select 10:05 over there.
You only have so much time to do it. You know how to tell time? Have you ever done that? Dark Souls captcha. Excuse me, I have allergies. Okay, so now it takes me to this thing.
Click on the box which says I am human. Click on the checkbox.
Okay.
He's falling for our trap.
And now there will be a little verification step. What you need to do is you need to follow the instructions what it reflects.
Okay, it says kiss your dog. What am I supposed to do? I'm clicking on the picture and it puts lips on it.
No,
This is
so
why I
it
need
says-
Joey.
what
This
does
is
it
why I
say?
need someone to help me on the computer because I don't know how to do the technical things. do it.
You need to click on the dog 12 times. And the count will already be there on your screen. As soon as you click on the dog, the count will go up.
That wasn't clear to me. That wasn't clear.
No problem.
so robots can't kiss dogs then, right? Is that how this works?
I guess it makes sense. Robots probably don't like kissing dogs, or maybe they don't. They can't kiss.
I don't think they can.
You know? Well, let me try to do it for you.
Okay, thank you.
What if you refresh? Maybe there'll be an easier one.
Okay.
That happens to me all the time. Then they have to move that puzzle piece. Sometimes I hit refresh and then it has me just type in like Apple or something.
Oh, okay, here we go.
Yeah, these are easy.
Select all the images depicting a place you'd hide your most embarrassing childhood diary. Ah, jeez. These captchas are getting harder and harder. What am I supposed to do to prove that How am I supposed to do this?
Okay.
And what is a honey bean butterfly baby, Nick? This is starting to get frustrating. You know, I don't want to make... It's not that I'm saying that I don't appreciate you taking the time to help me, but I might have to consider other options after this. Because I'm not a robot.
So
he just hung up.
He rage quit. I
he
can't
was
believe
trying to solve those boxes and he got right to the end and they all fell. That was awesome.
Please remember to select the sound
Did you
that
put this in
you
here
do
yourself?
not believe came from
Yes,
a real
yes. Hear it.
bird.
Just hear it.
You will now hear bird call number 1.
Okay, it's going to play number 1.
Please remember to select the sound that you
This is
do
really
not
slow.
believe
You should
came
tell your
from
team
a
to make this
real
faster.
bird.
Because this is
Please
taking a really long time.
Please don't say. Please don't say anything. Otherwise, it won't work. Okay. Calm down.
That's not a bird.
You will now hear
Did you just
bird
make that
call
sound?
number 2.
Was that you?
Please remember
that
to
was not a
select
bird.
the sound
Okay, so
that
number
you
1 is
do
the one
not
that's not
believe
real.
came from a real
Sir,
bird.
just hear all of them first.
Okay, I'll click
don't
number
select
1.
anything before that. No, don't click it. Don't click
Please
it. Don't
wait
click it.
until all sounds
Sir,
have played.
I told you not to click on it.
I will now repeat the instructions.
Sir, I was telling you not to do anything till the time I didn't tell you to, right?
With the exact center?
Yeah, so just press it. Oh, I will do it for you. One moment.
That would be a huge help, actually, if you can.
Exact center, okay? It will time out in 13 seconds, so can you do that for me?
Well, I don't know how.
Well, you just have to press these arrows like that. Okay, let me do it. I guess it won't be there. Yeah, timed out. It timed out. Okay, you have to do this. You see this arrow on the right side? Just press this arrow quickly.
I see it. What do I do? What do I do?
Yeah, press this
just
arrow.
click it once?
Till the time it does.
Just click it one time?
Keep clicking on it till the time it doesn't comes on the. Keep clicking on it till the time it doesn't comes on the center of the page.
Okay, I clicked it like 3 or 4 times.
Keep clicking on that. Don't take your cursor off of it.
Okay.
Or you have like the keys on your keyboard that shapes like this, right?
Okay, I'm clicking it as fast as I can, sir.
Don't click on there, sir. Just a moment. I'll tell you what to do. You don't have to click over there.
Do we just click
wait,
verify?
Okay? Yeah, no, you have to listen. This circle, okay, it won't work like that, sir. Don't click on anything till the time I don't ask you for that, okay?
Okay. God, what the heck is... I'm sorry. What?
How can we play that? Okay, I'll just upload another one.
I knew you guys took
moment.
security seriously, but... Okay, let me see.
Can you remember this?
It's,
okay.
Click on replay.
Oh. Okay. Click
Yeah.
on
Then it says time expired. No problem. Start captcha.
why? What the heck? Dude. No. Gosh darn it.
That's too fast. Something easy will come up shortly.
Oh, surely. Yeah.
And solve this word. Search to continue. Find all 6 words. Okay.
Sure. Okay.
So click on start and take a look. Yeah, it's right there. Heaven, select it quickly. Heaven, and then select remote.
F key? Oh, F key.
It's right here. Remote, right
No,
below
but look,
it.
F key.
It says right below it, it says remote. No, sir, F key is nothing. It says remote. Right below it, it says remote.
Yeah, but I have an F key on my keyboard. Why won't this work?
There's nothing like F key. There is nothing like F key.
You selected
Listen to me what I'm
Gosh
asking you
darn
to
it.
select, okay? Listen to me what I'm asking you to select, okay?
Okay.
Click on try again.
We just have to focus up. We really need to lock in, okay? We really need to lock in because I need to
Yeah,
get
so
this. I need to get this Bitcoin.
I am telling you. It says error. Select error. Third line. You see error in the third line?
Error? E-T-R?
Error, right.
Error? That's not a word.
Sir, it's error. E-R-R-O-R. Error. Third line. Third line, yeah. Error.
E-R-R-O-R. Yep.
Right. Now, it's below that fax. Pen की चूत कंप्यूटर का रिमोट भी गया भाई रिमोट लेके दे
How do you spell that? Pen key what? Oh, fax.
Okay.
Oh, T.
Now below that it says teal is T. You got it. Then there is code. You see code right below fax.
Wait, what about teal?
Right below fax. No, T is fine.
Yeah, but teal is a word.
Fine, okay.
But teal is also.
Why don't you hear me? Why don't you like hearing me?
Oh, pox.
Why do you don't
like
you like hearing
pox.
me? Yeah, pox.
Pox
is not going to work. Okay. Pox is not a word. It's okay. If you use your brain, it's not going to work. Let me use mine.
How else do you solve it?
Select horse. In the first line, there is horse. In the first line, on the top, H-O-R-S-E, right? Horse. Select that. Right below it, it's robot. Select robot. Right below that. Sir. Right below that. Look at the second line.
Roy?
Second line, second word. Listen. Second line, second word. Rowboat.
Rowboat?
Boat. On the right side. No, it's on the right side. R-O-B-O-T.
Oh, robot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now the third line is system. So do the system.
Oh, this is pretty easy.
Third
This is actually, you're right. This is an easy one. Oh, this is it. We're going to be able to get the funds.
Now fourth line, second word.
I see one. Toe.
Don't use your brain. Don't use your brain. Let me use mine,
Wait,
okay?
T. It's toe.
Fourth line. Sir, it won't work. It won't work. Listen to me.
But that's a word. That's a word right there. Toe.
No, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. Your brain is not working. Let me use mine. I'm a technician. Fourth line,
sir,
second
I was
word.
a philosophy professor.
Fourth line.
I was a professor.
Fourth line, second word. Fourth line, second word. Root. It goes to the right. Root. Fourth line, second word. Root. Select it.
Okay, root.
Now, fifth line, first word.
Oh, toe! I see toe again!
Word, N.
Toe!
Sir, don't see anything.
Wait, there's two toes!
See anything, idiot.
It's a sign, it's a sign. There's a toe here,
listen to me.
and a toe here.
The last one, please
I have
listen
two
to
toes.
me, sir. Please listen to me.
Wait, I have two!
Listen to me. Please, I won't let you speak. I won't let you speak.
Sir, I have two toes!
First word. Sir, it's invest. It's invest. Fifth line. It's already easy. It says invest. Select invest there. Fifth Sir.
Tin?
Sir, fifth line. Sir, fifth line, first word. Fifth line, first word. Come on. Sir.
Gosh darn
you
it.
have to
Why
listen
did you
what
mess
I'm
this
saying
up?
right now.
I'm just trying to withdraw
Listen to me,
I'm just
idiot.
trying to withdraw the 8 Bitcoin.
Fifth line, first word. Fifth line, first word. Come on. Sir.
Gosh darn
you
it.
have to
Why
listen
did you
what
mess
I'm
this
saying
up?
right now.
I'm just trying to withdraw the
Listen
8
to me,
I'm just
idiot.
trying to withdraw the 8 Bitcoin.
Listen to me, idiot. Listen to me, idiot. You have to listen to me, okay? If you don't listen to me this time, if you use your brain, you will be f***ed up. And I'm a police officer, so don't say with me that I don't want to do it because you have to do it, sir. Otherwise, we will have someone sent to you.
You haven't
So
read
just
my
prove
you haven't
that
read
you
me
are a
my
human.
rights yet. You haven't read me my rights yet, so.
Match the animal to the sound, okay?
What noise does this animal make?
You can hear all three and then select according to that.
Sir, that's really loud. Stop. Stop! Why are you making these sounds?
Which one do you think this animal is?
Well, I never heard the second one because you were so loud.
I was not speaking, it was your speaker.
Sir, stop! What are you doing? What are you doing with the phone? Oh, wait, is it? Correct. Oh, good. Oh, you got it.
Yes, sir.
Guess which animal this is. Worm. It's a tapeworm. It's a worm. It's a parasite. It's a ringworm. It's a tapeworm. It's a... God, what's the worm that swims into your private parts? God, I saw it on the Discovery Channel. What's the one that, like, the worm that feeds on mammals' eyeballs? What's that one called? What's that one called? It's a leech. It's a leech. It's a nematode. I'll do leech.
How can we guess this animal?
I think it's a tapeworm. What is the name of
Okay,
What is the name of the worm that feeds on eyeballs? I think there's a worm that. Gosh, don't look it up. Don't look it up. Don't look it up.
Let me look it up for you. From the Google Lens, I believe.
Google Lens that for me. Actually, can you?
I will just check that from the Google Lens.
Thanks. I'll try ChatGPT while you do it. Actually.
Yeah, just enter Goers. It's goers. That's what an animal is.
Heck is that?
Goers. G as in God, O as in Oscar, E as in Edward, R as in Romeo.
Gemini says it's impossible. At least it's honest.
No, it's goers. Goers. So E as in Edward.
Are you talking about gophers?
Listen to me. You got G-O-E. No, not gopher. Why do you not listen?
Incorrect.
It's G.
Oh.
It's G-O. Listen to me.
G-O?
G-O-E-R-S.
What the heck is that?
Perfect. Now hit guess.
Incorrect.
Incorrect. What animal is this? Do you know this?
Oh, it looks like a hedgehog or a porcupine. Hedgehog. Oh! Hey, I'm gonna be the winner of this money after all.
Okay,
click on the image
ready
and guess the onomatopoeia.
The onomatopoeia, right. So, can you guess this onomatopoeia?
Is that you?
No, that's just running from your computer. Your computer was getting this sound. So, what do you think? Guess the onomatopoeia.
Honk.
That was not a honk. I guess that will play it again.
Honk.
What do the swans do? I guess this is a swan.
What does the fox say?
Quack. Is that a quack?
Oh, it's honk.
Honk. Oh, perfect. One moment.
Guess the
Click on
animals
done.
by
Ready?
its silhouette.
Silhouette. Yeah,
by
it
its
will
silhouette. By
show
its
you
silhouette.
the silhouette. So it's snake.
Yeah, I also thought it could be
It's
from
a
The Little
snake.
Prince. The elephant inside
Just
the hat
enter-
or whatever.
Just enter snake.
Or hat inside of
Enter
a boa
snake first.
constrictor. Elephant inside of a boa constrictor?
Enter snake. Snake. Chase से 40,000 Wells Fargo में transfer में पूछे आ गए. It's not a snake. So what else do you think?
Tapeworm.
Okay.
Oh, it's just a worm.
Incorrect. It's just a worm, so you can enter a worm. Okay, it's
Excuse
changed.
me.
So it's what is this?
Paint. I think that's just paint.
No, it's an animal, buddy. Moose. It's a moose, I believe.
It's not paint.
No, it's not paint. It's moose, I guess.
Oh, moose. Guess the
Correct.
abomination.
There you go. Here on ready. A mad scientist has been cooking in the lab, trying and guess the animals. Okay, guess the scientist experience.
Ooh, that's a...
That's your kind of question.
Yeah, as a philosopher, I can correctly identify abominations. So that's
what's
like
the scientist experience?
A giraffe and a penguin and a bat. I think.
Enter it and see if it's fine.
Pelger bat. Batjergen. God, I just want to withdraw the money. I just want to get the funds that are rightfully mine, buddy. It was a Japel bat going. Oh, I was so close. Is this just gonna go on forever? Who made this? Who at Kraken made this?
It was not right. It was not right, the other one. So this is a ladybug and a scorpion. Okay, so type in ladybug and scorpion.
Scorpion? I don't know how to spell.
Yeah, hit on guess. Yeah, he's scorpion. Just enter scorpion.
How about lobster?
It's not a lobster. Enter scorpion.
His buddy's helping him. Do you hear the other guy whispering? It's a crab.
I'm gonna try crab.
Crab is correct.
Oh.
But before crab, it's a mixture of beetle, I guess, right?
We're getting close. We're getting close.
Ladybug and crab.
Ladybug?
I guess. Yeah,
Ladybug, crab.
and crab.
It's
There you go. Just enter bug.
I almost won my money. I almost won my money. Lady.
Yeah, guess the
Lady or Pington. Lady
Not
Arachnocrab.
Orpington, that was Lady Arachnocrab. Dismiss that. Click on dismiss. Click. Yeah, perfect.
Oh, this one's
okay,
easy.
so this is a
This one's easy. It's
crocodile
a
and a
shark.
whale,
It's
right?
a shark. This
Shark.
is easy.
Shark and crocodile. Crocodile.
Croco?
Crocodile. Yeah, croco.
Dial? Is that his?
Just a croco, I guess.
Oh.
Sharkdile,
Click
perfect.
the numbers in order.
So, okay.
Okay, you do this,
Click
because
the numbers
I don't
in
want to
the
mess up. I don't want to
order.
mess
So
up.
one-
Please, sir, please, I'm begging
You can do
please
that.
do this. I don't
You
want to
can
mess
do
up.
that.
I don't want to mess up. I'm going to mess it up.
You can do that, sir.
Okay,
It's a
can you try
zigzag
it,
thing.
please? Can you try it?
I can't.
Just try,
Please
just try,
don't
just try,
repeat
just
it.
try.
I'm an officer.
Just try.
No,
Just
I
try.
can't. I'm an
Please.
officer,
I'm
sir.
begging
Don't
you.
say that.
Sir,
you
please,
can't
I need
order
help.
me.
Please.
Sir,
Please.
I can't.
Why?
Listen,
Why?
I cannot click.
I give you
will have
permission.
to do that. Then
Press.
wait.
Tap on your phone.
Can't.
Tap.
Sir.
Tap.
Sir, this is not how it works.
Okay,
You will
one.
have to do that. Just tap on it. 1, 2, 3, 4,
What comes next?
5, 6 on the right side. 6 on the right
I
side.
think it's 7.
6 is on the right side. 6 is on the right side. So click on 6. 6 is up at the top, sir. At the top. Yeah, 6. Then 7 at the top. 7 is up at the top. Right.
I can't see him.
I see. I will tell you. Click on try again. I will.
Okay. Look. There's one. Oh, there's one. Where's 2?
I looked it.
Where's 2? Where's 2?
Okay. I'll tell you. You selected 1. 2 is on the left side. On the left top.
Liar.
See, you are clicking without even listening. You're clicking without even listening.
Okay, I know where 1
so
is.
1 is over here. Yeah. I guess you will do it wrong again, but this time I'll take a photo. So do it wrong again. Do it wrong again.
Oh, I was right.
2. Yeah, but you won't be able to do the whole, I'm sure. 3.
Watch me.
I watched you. Okay, now listen to me and don't click on anything like that, okay?
What?
You have to listen to me.
2?
Now, when you do, see, you are doing it, if you are doing it without listening to me, then how will I be able to do it for you?
2? Gosh darn it.
You didn't even see it. Okay, click on I'm a human. I don't know why it gives you this many captures.
I think it thinks I'm not a human.
Mood.
That's literally me right now. Okay, I know which one it is. Why is it going so fast? I feel like only a robot would be able to keep track of this.
You're right about it. I'm a human. Kiss your dog.
That's not my dog.
Yeah, but you have to kiss him, so give him a smoosh. Perfect. 8 kisses. You have to give 8 kisses, so keep giving him kisses everywhere. Okay, perfect. Now do it 14 times. Kiss him 14
I'm not
times
doing
now.
this. I'm not doing this. You know what? Keep your prize money. I don't want to do it.
You are losing everything.
I'm done. I don't want to do it.
You will lose everything.
Nah,
Being an
I'm good.
officer,
I don't
being
want the.
a police
I don't want the money.
officer, I'm telling
keep
you,
it.
you will lose everything.
You kiss the dog then, because I'm not doing it. I don't have time for this. You gotta. I think you have to kiss it on the lips, though. You have to kiss it on the lips, officer.
Yeah. So you can go for it, sir.
Oh, okay. You got it.